Dear students, invited speakers, faculty, guests, and the global audience, I'm delighted to welcome you to the 2021 edition of the Lund Architecture Symposium, LAS 21. My name is Per-Johan Dahl, and I'm your host at this year's Architecture Symposium. The Lund Architecture Symposium is an annual event organized by the Department of Architecture and the Built Environment at Lund University here in Sweden. The purpose is to identify contemporary tendencies within architecture discourse and to make those tendencies accessible for students and faculty at the department. Before we jumpstart this exciting and rather packed day of lectures and discussions, I have some general information. First, I would like to thank our sponsors that has made this event possible. Architect Sweden Scania, Sveriges Arkitekter Skåne. Foyab Architects, Architect Sweden, Sveriges Arkitekter, City of Malmö and City of Lund. Thank you very much. I also would like to pay the attention and my gratitude to the students and staff that have been involved in the making of this year's symposium. André Lundin and Daniel Olsson, who planted the seed for this year's topic. We have Carl Östvall and Penny Turi, who have produced the graphics. And of course, we have Helene Svenningsson, who is the coordinator and the marketing whiz of this year's symposium. I'm also obliged to inform you that this event is being recorded for archival and educational purposes. So, the 2021 edition of Lund Architecture Symposium explores transformatory practices in architecture, practices that react to the societal restructurings by closing the gap between design and implementation. The emergence of transformatory practices in architecture correlates with the areas of intervention that today surface in response to the societal restructurings. We have, for example, the threat against democracy, which for a while now has propelled an urgency to involve society more explicitly in architectural and urban processes. We have the necessity to battle the ruthless consumption of natural resources, which requires all actors in the design and construction industries to invent methods and mindsets on how to reuse every possible scale of the built environment. I mean, we really need to reuse everything from doorknobs and planks to dilapidated warehouses and city districts today. And we have the digital cultures that rapidly reconceptualize most aspects of how and why we advance the construction of new imaginaries. And this area of intervention we all literally live today in all the societies, lockdown societies around the world. Architects can react differently to these areas of intervention. Either the architect remains passive and surrenders to the complexity of forces that profits on societal restructurings, or the architect reacts by incorporating these areas of intervention as generative material in the architectural process to usher innovation and change by design. With this year's symposium, we are, of course, interested in the latter category. Building on Robin Evans' famous statement that, quote, architects don't make buildings, they make drawings of buildings, end of quote, we are interested in the practices that expand the notion of Evans' drawing, practices that embrace the techniques, expertise, and material processes of diverse industries and areas of knowledge to amplify the impact of architecture to actual processes that materialize design intent. To think around this endeavor, we have turned to the new results from research on transdisciplinarity, which have been articulated by scholars such as Helga Novotny and Lisa Dietrich. Transdisciplinarity is basically a strategy to cross or challenge the boundaries that tends to disconnect different areas of knowledge that usher, for example, architectural and urban construction. What we see today is a shift in the way knowledge is produced. If transdisciplinarity previously focused on inquiries that cross the boundaries of two or more disciplines, then the new mode in transdisciplinarity focuses rather on the inquiries that are drafted in feedback loops between knowledge production and societal concerns. When we shift focus from discipline to agency, which we do when we mobilize actors with a common goal to produce knowledge for societal change, then architecture gains momentum to update our discipline through transdisciplinary action. Architecture has always been about knowledge production. I mean, like Michael Speaks once said in Corridor Talk at UCLA, that the architectural drawing is basically a communication and representation of knowledge. By managing this interdisciplinarity, architects can produce new knowledge both inside and outside the discipline by crossing the boundaries between design and implementation. To cross the boundaries between design and implementation is really nothing new in architecture. I mean, Sigrid Leverens notoriously took a cab when he traveled the 120 kilometers from his residence at the coastal village of Skanör to the project site at Klippan for on a daily basis oversee the construction of his church. And Stan Allen, he calls for a critical practice to overcome the conventions in the design and construction industry, the conventions that continue to enforce known solutions and save repetitions. In critical practice, Allen argues criticality becomes a pragmatic tool feasible to, quote, confer unity on the wildly disparate procedures of design and construction. But today, and perhaps most explicitly in Sweden, architects do experience a disconnect from their construction site. Some architects have chosen to stay away, but I think actually it's more common that monetary interests and political power plays coincide to hamper the architect from participating in the processes that materialize design intent. The result of this disconnect is visible in the Swedish cities, where we experience an increase in poor living environments, a general lack of spaces that enables to tackle the needs and dreams in societal restructuring. We are therefore interested in a new generation of architectural practices that has developed tools, methods and skills that not only respond to the needs and dreams in social restructuring, but also utilize these features as agents of change in the processes of implementation. And while they do so, they also produce new knowledge within the discipline itself. So today we are proud to have engaged an array of globally renowned architects that represents this generation of transformatory practices, spanning the geography from Hong Kong in Southeast Asia, via Pondicherry in India, to the cities of Berlin, Copenhagen and Helsinki in Northern Europe. Our guests will share their approaches in closing the gap between design and implementation. The symposium has been structured through one morning session and one afternoon session. While the morning session will focus on architects utilizing digital technologies as a means to guide and implement design intent in construction processes, the afternoon will revolve around innovation and experimentation through social interaction and circular processes. Both sessions will conclude with a moderated discussion. We have two moderators who will serve as our guides through this day by introducing our guests and moderating the supplement or the following discussion. So, as we start this morning session, we have Elin Dahl, a lecturer at the Department of Architecture and the Built Environment, as a moderator. And to manage the questions in the chat forum, we have asked Albin Karlsson from Polymorph to assist in moderation. And as the morning session includes two guests, we also have asked senior lecturer David Andrain from the department to serve as a discussant in that first morning session moderated panel talk. But now I will give the word to Elin coming in here, and I wish you all an inspiring day.
Thank you, Per-Johan. So, hi everyone. This morning we'll enjoy listening to our first two keynote speakers, which is Kristof Crolla and Kivi Sotamaa. After both lectures, we'll create a panel discussion with our keynote speakers as well as Per-Johan said, our invited discussant, David Andrén. We invite you, our audience, to send us questions via Menti. You can find the link to Menti written underneath the YouTube live stream, which you're probably looking at right now. So you can post your questions, and my colleague Albin Karlsson will gather them. We will include your questions in the panel discussion. So this means that you're welcome to send us questions while you're listening to the keynote speakers, or after you've listened during the panel. Okay, so let me introduce the first speaker of today. So Kristof Crolla is a Belgian architect and associate professor who combines his architectural practice, called Laboratory for Explorative Architecture and Design, LEED for short, with an associate professorship at the University of Hong Kong. He trained and taught at the Architectural Association, AA, and worked for many years at Zaha Hadid Architects in London. He moved to Hong Kong in 2010, where his academic research and office focuses on the strategic implementation of computation in architectural design practices. For this, he's received over 30 international design, research and teaching awards. Some of his most notable projects include Golden Moon 2012 and ZCB Bamboo Pavilion in 2015. So, welcome, Kristof Crolla.
Thank you. Yes, hi. Good evening for us here in Hong Kong. Good morning, everybody in Sweden. I'm Kristof Crolla. Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you for inviting me. It's a real honor and pleasure to talk to you today. I'm imagining a vast crowd of hundreds of people in front of me now through the YouTube channel. So thank you for being here with me today. The theme of the conference, transformative practices, is fascinating, and I'm very happy to have been selected to talk about that. So my talk today is titled Building Complexity, the More or Less of Post-Digital Architecture Practice. And as was just mentioned, I wear two hats. I have my own practice, which is called LEED, and I'm also currently at the University of Hong Kong, where I am the director of the Design Plus program, which is a new multidisciplinary design program that we have here. And I'll talk today through a series of projects, including the ones that were just mentioned in the introduction. But I want to start with this quote by Bill Mitchell from 2004. Only projects of sufficient simplicity get designed and built. And in this quote, complexity is defined as a number of design decisions relative to the scale of a project. So what he's trying to say is if a project is too difficult to either design or too complex to build, it's just not going to happen. So in this statement, you can see that the task of producing architecture is divided into two arenas, the design and the construction systems. Now, in his specifications, he defines that there's an encoded aspect within the design system and also an added design content that the designers need to bring to the equation. What does he mean with that? Let's say, for example, that you want to build a curved wall and you need to communicate the exact curvature of that wall to a contractor. Back in the day, you would do that maybe with one of these French curves, where you could take a segment of the curve and carefully trace it, and then communicate to the contractor which piece of the curve that you've actually used. So these curves are encoded in the design system from, say, the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. Nowadays, however, the encoded aspects of our design tools incorporate, for example, NURBS curves, where you just need to click on a few control points and automatically have a hyper-precise curve that you can very detailedly communicate with a contractor. So the design of complex geometry has simplified tremendously, which means that the type of work that we can design, the design solution space thereof has increased. Similarly, construction systems have encoded aspects and then added construction content. Let's say, for example, that I want to build a brick house in Belgium versus Hong Kong. In Belgium, everything is brick, so I don't need to do much. I just give a few coordinates to the contractor, and he'll be able to give me my cavity wall with all the slabs and everything in there. If I would do that in Hong Kong, they would have no clue because there's no brick-laying tradition encoded in the construction environment that we have here. So encoded aspects of construction content result in regional specificity across the globe that needed to be responded to. Now, that has been the case throughout architectural history, and people always have to add construction content to those particular encoded aspects. But the most innovative architects, say, for example, back in the day, Brunelleschi, here for his dome, for example, he tried to change the encoded aspects of a construction system of working with bricks. And by not only looking at the added information that the designer can bring to the equation, but also redefining what the encoded aspects are. And by redefining certain systems, he was able to dramatically expand what was possible with brick. That's very similar to, for example, this project by Zaha Hadid, the Dongdaeman Plaza in Korea, which was entirely made possible because of these parametrically controlled panel morphers. So this project has 45,000 different unique facade panels in it, which 10 years ago was almost impossible to even dream up. And now 6 years ago, they're able to actually produce it because this type of innovative practice tackles both the encoded aspects and the added design content of both the design and construction system. So why this is important is because I believe that architectural innovation becomes more straightforward if you're very clear about which areas you're tackling. And especially in this day and age where computational design, there's a bit of a lag, where computational design gives you a different type of control over the encoded aspects. The opportunities for design innovation for those that have that control are vast. So we're really in a very unique point in time right now for architectural design innovation. Few things are really unique about today as well. For example, your washing machine at home has more computational power than NASA used to put a man on the moon back in the 60s. That's a fact. They don't make computer processors as slow as what NASA had back in 1969. And we're using it to have Netflix give us our preference or stuff like that. So there's much more computational power available right now. We just need to decide how we're going to use it. So that totally changes the game. And this was already noticed by, for example, Nicolas Negroponte, from the MIT Media Lab. Back in 1998, he was already saying, so 23 years ago, face it, the digital revolution is over. Like air and drinking water, being digital will be noticed only by its absence, not its presence. And that's very true in our everyday lives as well today. Very often we don't know, or we're no longer aware of the processes that lie behind the machines and the tools and the media that we're using. So why I bring this up is because the focus has to shift from only doing the digital for digital's sake to seeing how the digital can lead to transformative change by disappearing in the background and allowing for new processes. Another interesting fact is that this computational power is growing exponentially. Just again, as a reference, your Apple AirPods today have more computational power inside them than the iPhone 3 had. So there you can see that the scale of computational power in terms of physical space requirements and also energy requirements dropped dramatically. There's a very quick revolution happening there. So that growth is exponential. So it's a resource that we can tap into. But simultaneously, there's this reality mentioned by Bill Gibson. The future is already here. It's just not very evenly distributed. It's not because, let's say, for example, the ETH, they have a huge robotics lab where they're doing the most advanced computational stuff that you can think of, that you're going to be able to build with that if you're operating, say, in rural China or in India or even in normal Switzerland, let's put it like that. So there's this big disconnect that as practitioners, we have to respond to. But then again, a few years ago in India, they were selling the smartphone for under $4. So again, computational access to computational power is omnipresent. Even if you go into a favela or a slum, this resource is available. So something has profoundly changed in the resources that we as designers and as manufacturers and builders have at our disposal. So that's why I've situated all the research and the work that I'm doing in this post-digital architectural context, where the goal is no longer just to digital for the digital sake, but to seek a transcendence of these types of screen-based mediations and to locate this all back into the world of praxis, only this time informed by decades of working with computers. Now, the talk today is a subcategory within this, and it's titled Building Simplexity, where in my work, my aim, and this comes from a hangover from working at Zaha's. When I was at Zaha's, we had the best engineers and budgets and clients at our disposal. The minute you leave that safe cocoon, you realize that that's no longer possible and that the challenges for building are much higher. So with Building Simplexity, the aim is to overcome the construction complexities that are often associated with digital design through the simplest of means, really using digital design tools as a weapon of choice to root the work back in a human-centered construction reality. So to make it more accessible and have a greater impact through it. Now, as a strategy within that type of work, I'm always trying to incorporate form, matter, material systems, and materialization as design drivers. But in addition to that, we're trying to incorporate serendipity and variability, which are inevitable byproducts of any type of construction. We're trying to incorporate them as productive and constructive components of the process to expand the locally available construction solution spaces. So what I mean with that is that the hyper-precision that is in principle possible digitally, that hyper-precision does not match with the reality if you're working, say, in a rural construction context. Does that mean that the benefits of the digital cannot be applied there? No, it means that we need to reshift our mode of thinking and our concepts about error, tolerances, and precision allowances on site. So all of my work you'll see is touching on these elements. So what I'm going to show you today is 4 projects, basically, the Golden Moon and ZCB Bamboo Pavilion that were mentioned in the introduction, and then also Argon and Yisu. And you'll see the first 2 are big urban installations. The third one is an art experiment, and then the final one is the more conventional housing project. So I'm trying to show the tendency and then also drive the application a bit more home into the conventional architectural realm. But what I want to show with these projects is an example of how we can have applied computational design, for example, procedural design, digital form finding, how also machine learning, like k-means clustering or evolutionary optimization tools can be embedded in design processes. And of course, how CNC technology integration is possible, where even an A4 paper printer is a CNC tool. It's a computer numerically controlled tool. CNC technology doesn't per se mean robotics per se, but then augmented reality being the latest great tool that's coming up from that. So yeah, I'll just talk you through the projects. It'll be a fun story, so just chill out and relax. I'll talk a little bit about the pains of going through it. Just know that this is a short version of like 2-3 hour longer lecture if you want, so won't be able to go into too much of the detail, but it should be fun. So the first project I want to talk to you about is the Golden Moon, which was a competition that we won by chance or by luck back in 2012 to create this very big art installation, a festival installation in Hong Kong. And this was built in under 2 weeks' time, and it's a 6-story tall project. So the Mid-Autumn Festival, I don't know if you're familiar with it, it's a very important festival in Asian cultures, in China and definitely in Hong Kong. So important, they even printed on their money, as you see here. And it's basically a festival of light. It's the start of autumn. And people meet in the evenings with lanterns, and it's about family reunion. But it's linked to this very, very funny legend where back in the day, there were 10 suns circling the earth. So 10 suns. And then Ho Yi, a Chinese archer, shot down 9 of them to prevent the earth from burning. And as a reward for that, he was giving the immortality pill. So that's why we only have 1 sun right now. So he was given an immortality pill, but that pill was not yet ripe. He had to store it for a year before he could take it. So he put it in his night cabinet. And then Sarngor, his wife, was cleaning the house and she found the pill. And like any bored housewife who finds random pills, she took it. But if you take unripe immortality pills, apparently you start to float. So she started to float, and then the winds caught her, and Ho Yi tried to catch her, but the winds drifted her off all the way to the moon, where she's now stuck until the rabbit that lives on the moon manages to make a full immortality pill for her so that she can return to Earth. And only once per year, Ho Yi is allowed to go visit his beautiful wife on the moon. And that's why the festival is about families reuniting. This is a true story. I'm not making any of this up. So really a batshit crazy legend that we thought was really fun. So we decided to do a joke as part of our competition entry. The budget was very tight, so we decided to start from a very, very, very simple detail, which is just taking some bamboo sticks, a stretch fabric, and an LED light. And with that, we decided to make a giant fireball, and we called our project Burning Moon. And the narrative that we entered the competition was that if a young, beautiful couple gets to see each other once a year only, it gets so hot from the sheer passion and friction alone that the moon catches fire, therefore Burning Moon. So we didn't intend to win this competition. The competition asked for a lantern of lanterns, a lantern wonderland. So people were supposed to be able to go into these installations and marvel at the whole thing. So these are the actual competition drawings that we quickly rendered of the whole project. And this is the strategic construction plan that we submitted as part of it. So we said, it's very straightforward. We build a reflection pool edge, we fill it with water, we put a steel geodesic dome in there, clad it with bamboo, take our simple detail, et voila. Very easy to build. Burning moon. Now, to our surprise, a few weeks later, we got a phone call from the client and they said, congratulations, you've won the competition, you can build it under two conditions. First of all, your story doesn't make sense at all because in Chinese cultures, there's no such thing as a heat related with love or passion. Like fire is only for either destructing things or destruction or for sacrificing something to the gods. And there's no way on the Mid-Autumn Festival that we're going to destroy or sacrifice the moon. So that cannot be the name. We cannot do burning moon. We have to change it to golden moon. I said, okay, no problem, whatever you want. What's the second condition? And the next one was, you have to stick to this schedule. So from these drawings that we've just seen, we had 3 weeks to produce tender documents that the government was then going to send out for public tender. Then there were 5 weeks where we had nothing to do. And only then would we know who the fabricator was going to be. Then we had 3 weeks to prefabricate, 11 days on site, 1 day for testing, 6 days of festival, and then 2 days of demolition. And we're talking about a 6-story tall building. So that was quite a challenge. So the design changed a very little bit. We shrank the reflection pool, but basically it remained this dome structure sitting on the water with this pathway that would go through it. And here you see the section just to get a sense of scale of how big this is. And this hollow sphere would basically be filled up with lanterns hanging inside of it. Now, we were not allowed to make any foundations. So the structure is basically a self-supporting steel base that is weighed down by a concrete slab as ballast. Then there's a geodesic dome going on top of that that's clad with 2 kilometers of bamboo. And on top of that, there are 475 different fabric flames that basically clad the whole system. And then the challenge was how we were going to build this. Now, typically, if you want to build something, the kind of modernist approach is to work through standardization and repetition. So this is an example of Bucky's Montreal biosphere from '67, where you see that he used this Bucky principle, the repetition of module on a sphere, to basically create the whole object from repetitive elements. That's fine, that works well, but the problem with this standardization and repetition is that you get a very sterile and stiff end product that you cannot really enter unless you break the system. And we didn't like that. We wanted something a little bit more alive, animated, say. So we found this formula from Fibonacci, another scientist from the 17th century, which basically allows you to throw objects at a sphere, and it creates random repetition around the poles, but a randomness around the poles, but a standardization and a repetition around the equator. So there's a logic behind it. It's just not always exactly the same geometry. And this is a principle that you'll find in nature as well. For example, in the heart of a sunflower, the seeds will actually be distributed according to a Fibonacci sequence. So we programmed that geometry in, and this is the base pattern of our whole structure. And you'll see just by tilting it, we could actually use an entrance on the left side and then automatically have this oculus at the very top. Now, the problem then was, how do you build this? Because everything is different and unique. So the way we did that is we used basic BIM strategies. We started by numbering everything. And our approach was, we're first going to build the steel structure, and we're going to number every piece. And then on top of that steel structure, we'll put markings. And those markings will be the guides to bend the first layer of bamboo, the orange layer on top of that. And then on those bamboo sticks, we'll have markings that will allow us to place the green bamboo other direction on top of it. So the idea was that we build upon the previous layer and therefore strategize the entire workflow. Luckily, we're in Hong Kong, and luckily we're close to the Pearl River Delta, where the vast majority of the facades of the world, or all the skyscrapers, are actually being manufactured. So there's a tremendous manufacturing industry just across the border. And our contractor took us to this shipyard where every year they built around 20 200-meter long container ships, pretty much by hand from massive steel plates. And there we gave them these construction drawings. So the steel dome was a geodesic dome. So there's a lot of repetition there. There's only a few different types of members. But we basically gave him these drawings that, for example, show you steel member S5, that on the left is connecting to steel member 1, 2, 3, and 4, and on the right to 10, 33, etc. And then the markings on top of that, U1, U2, U3, U4, would be where the bamboo would have to overlap with the steel structure to create a doubly curved grid on top of it. So very basic drawings, very simple. And the way they manufacture those, so they have this device that they use to make oil pipelines. And it's basically a glorified microwave. They have this induction coil that heats up the steel. And then as you press it through with high pressure, you use these manually controlled rollers to bend the pipes into their final shape. So very quick, very easy. But when we went to the factory to inspect how things were going, we saw these guys in charge there. So what you see here in the picture is two guys with a beam that's standing on a mold. In the background, you'll see a fan. There's a blowtorch on the ground, and that's a bucket of ice water. So what these guys were doing, the mold was the exact diameter of the shape that we needed. And what they were doing is they were manually heating up and cooling down parts of the pipe to basically manually use this thermal difference expansion to bend the pipes into the final shape by hand. I flipped. I was like, how on earth do you know that this is accurate? Are you sure this is going to fit? If the steel structure doesn't fit, then the whole thing falls down. Can we please pre-assemble? And the answer was no. We don't have the time for it. We're going to have to do it on site. So no relief there. But they followed our instructions. They labeled everything nicely. They did all the markings. Then they painted everything black. Then they had to do the markings again because they swapped the order. But basically, in a short amount of time, we managed to assemble this whole thing. And then the big challenge was, how do we bring the bamboo on top of it? The idea behind that was simple. We take these members digitally from our computers and we unroll them, and we keep track of where they intersect with the steel and with each other. And with these simple drawings, we would mark up the bamboo. So here you see, for example, pole 29 on top is broken up in, we think, 3 parts because we didn't know how long the bamboo was going to be. And then the blue are the markers with the steel, and the red are the markers where the next bamboo layer is going to go on top of that. And then we just used some Sharpies and some hand saws, and we basically started to connect everything. So here you see the bamboo structure going up. All the grids, the regular grids that you see are temporary scaffolding. And then the big lines that you see going up, those are the diagonals of the diagrid that we're putting on top of it. This is done by bamboo scaffolding. I'll get back to that in a bit, but these guys are real Spider-Man. They climb up these structures. They wear safety harnesses, but they don't connect them to anything because the building code says that you have to wear a safety harness, but apparently not that you have to connect it. So yeah, they're real Spider-Man trying to tie this whole thing together. And here you see they're gradually going through the geometries, here scrambling to see how they could make the top fit, where the bamboo was not behaving in a way that they had predicted. But we made it work, more or less. Then we had to put the fabric on top of it. And for the fabric, the challenge was that all of these flames are different. So there we used a very simple machine learning technique to group all these different flames based on a few common properties. So here you see that all the 477 flames, we managed to group them in 10 different groups based on the most common properties. And a quick way to do that is using k-means clustering. And k-means clustering, it's a very simple technique. Let's say you can do it in a multi-dimensional space, but let's say that you're doing it 2-dimensionally and that this is your data distribution. The way it works, you randomly place 3 points. Then you identify which points of your data set are closest to these 3 points. You group them, you take their average, and you move your original point, your center point, to that average, and you repeat. And you keep on repeating that again and again and again. And eventually, the whole system, which is an algorithm, hold on, let me see if I can get to the animation. It's a little bit of a lag. Hold on. We should arrive at an animation very quickly. You'll see that the system basically self-identifies a possible grouping of the data set in a way that works well. Let me see, is this running? Okay, here you see. So here you see the iteration basically slowly finds its own balance. It's not always the same, but it's close enough and it works. So on any type of bigger data set with a random number of clusters that you want to have, the system can basically solve itself as you see here. So that allowed us to very quickly group these flames into a range that we thought the material was able to eventually absorb. Now, fun fact there is we originally did this for all the white fabric flames that we had, but then the client said a white lantern in Chinese culture is only used for funerals. So again, we're not going to bring the moon to a funeral. You have to put color inside of it. That's why we arrived at the final distribution that you see here. We did all the testing of the detailing, and then basically in a very short amount of time, using simple materials like bamboo and electrical piping, we managed to prefabricate all these flames and slowly tie them to the bamboo die grid that was underneath it with simple metal wires. As this was going up, we were also putting up LED lights to basically turn this whole thing into a 1 megapixel screen. And here you see that slowly going up. Then we had to position the fabric, and here you see the structure still having kind of a bad hair day. We could easily digitally pinpoint the exact UVW or XYZ coordinate of each of these tips, but that is practically not feasible. So what we did here is we put metal wires from the top all the way down, and we told the contractor for maybe 1 in 10 flames roughly where it had to be, and then for the other ones we told them, make it fit, like you would do a haircut, make it look pro. And they basically used their common sense and their eye to make the whole thing match. And this is the installation 3 hours before opening. And then as the night comes in, this is how it's really supposed to be seen because it's a night festival. So you see the bamboo die grid disappears. You get a soft shadow of the steel structure through it. But the main point for this talk is if you compare this shape with the digital renders that we made originally, this is very precise and stiff and mathematical. And this is the as-built, which has much more punch to it because of this slippage, this serendipity that creeps in there on site anyway that you cannot control, and that this structure in a way celebrates. Now, I have to say it's nice for me to talk about that in this way now. This is not what was planned. So this was kind of a forced realization for me that if we're going to work this way, that we're going to have to be much more tolerant towards tolerances, and that the procedural approaches still apply even in a context where precision is impossible. Oh, sorry, that went a bit quick. These are all the colors that the project could take. I don't know if you saw that. A little bit of lag on the clicker. Hold on. Okay, hold on. There's a little bit of lag on the clicking system here. Anyway, the project had to be unfortunately dismantled, and that was the end of the Golden Moon. I have to thank Kivi Soy Sauce for sponsoring the whole thing, and that was the Golden Moon. A year later, I got a phone call from a friend that in Changsha in China, in the middle of the highway, they were making these inflatable versions of it. I don't know who did this. I don't know how many there are, but I think it's great because the simplicity of making an inflatable version is much greater than ours was. So again, in Bill Mitchell's sentence that I told you in the beginning, simplest structures can be built. This could be built. But this then led on to the next big project I want to show, which is the ZCB Bamboo Pavilion, which was done a few years later. So bamboo is an amazing material. There's over 1,000 species across the world. People in Asia think it only grows in Asia, but it actually grows in all the fastest growth areas across the world. So if we would be able to integrate it in construction a bit more, it could really help us reduce the carbon footprint that the construction industry has. So in Hong Kong, bamboo is actively used for construction as temporary scaffolding for all the high-rises that we make, or for the temporary signage fixing that we see here. So every year, there's over 5 million poles that are being used in construction. And it's a craft that's been around for a very long time, using simple body dimensions like leg heights and shoulder heights and a simple knot to make these structures. They also use it for cultural events, like, for example, Cantonese opera. So every year, communities come together to chip in to build over 40 of these temporary bamboo structures that you'll see scattered across town to make these amazing these amazing Cantonese opera performances possible. Now, a few years ago, an architect was asked to make the biggest bamboo theater ever, and the only thing he could do is scale up this typology to a point where bamboo would fail, and they would start to use tree trunks to replace the bamboo. So you'll see here that the big homes are actually tree trunks. So that shows how rigid the typology actually was. So when the client asked us to come up with a cover for an event space, here in Hong Kong, we decided to see if we could challenge the whole paradigm. Now, bamboo is an amazing material. It's got a cellular structure, and it's reinforced by diaphragms as it goes up, and that makes it incredibly good for bending. It has amazing tensile and compression properties as well that approximate certain steel properties. So it's really an amazing material available in nature very cheaply. Now, we thought it would be interesting to see if we could work with that bending, and that bending can easily be simulated digitally with a spring particle system, like, for example, kangaroo and grasshopper. So we can know how a curve would behave if you would bend it. So we know how a network of curve would behave if we would bend it. So that became a premise for our design strategy. The challenge is that bamboo is very different, column by column. So this is an example of the sections through bamboo columns that we've used that all have exactly the same specification. Like, imagine if you do a steel building and your steel profiles vary as much as these do. So it really required a different mindset in how to work with bamboo. But using exactly the same craft, we arrived at a totally different final outcome. So how did we make this possible? We designed this ZCB Bamboo Pavilion. We started with a workshop where we used bamboo splits to come up with a topology that we thought would work for the system. So here you see that through 5 iterations, we step-by-step improved problems that we had, like hinges that didn't work or patterns that didn't work. And then once we had that in place, we turned it into a digital environment where we figured out, again, through a large amount of iterations, exactly what grid distribution and physical simulation engine setup would allow us to basically have the final structure pop up and emerge rather than actually being designed. So we didn't draw any of these final curves. What we drew is a system that behaved in a similar way that some of those materials would naturally behave. And then we pressed play, and then the form came out of that, which is a very different way of working. Now, the challenge is then, how are you going to build this? Because this is the largest bending active bamboo shell structure ever built. To my knowledge, we're spanning 37 meters. It's a big challenge to get this going. So let me talk you through how we did that. We used a simple standard giant timber bamboo Mao Tsok that grows in Guangdong close by. So we went just across the border, and there with very primitive means, people would just hack down the bamboo, centralize it in a factory, and then we would treat it for biotic attacks. So with natural salts, boric acid and borax, we basically made a solution in which we submerged the bamboo after perforating the cells so the liquid can go in, so that the bamboo basically can last and is not eaten by bugs and attacked by mold. So this is a simple treatment process that you need to do for permanent bamboo structures. It's very cheap and effective. And then that bamboo was cleaned up and brought to site. In parallel, we had to make the foundations. And just to give you a little scale there, this is one of those giant Volvo Ocean Racer boats. They have a downwind sail area of 578 square meters and they weigh around 12.5 tons. Our structure is bigger than that and weighs around half of the weight. So the foundations were basically ballast to keep the whole thing from floating up. So we had to have this intricate detail that would allow us to anchor the bamboo pavilion to the ground, which is easy to draw, but fun to make. So how did we do that? These are simple starter bars sticking out of the concrete. We had to bend those to the correct angles. So we literally printed A3 paper sheets directly extracted from our computers using steel pipes to manually bend all of these pipes into the approximate correct direction. Then we needed to make a foundation. For that, we used very simple PVC pipes with a spreadsheet of angles that we just cut to the correct angle and basically used some non-shrink grout to make these little concrete footings. That would allow us to do complex Boolean operations like subtractions in a very easy and straightforward way. Then the bamboo arrived, the bamboo was cleaned, was protected from the sun. And then the challenge came, how do you turn all of these control points that we can very precisely define in a digital into something that you can work with on site? So similar to the Golden Moon, we took all of these members and we unrolled them, keeping track of the exact intersections. And these are the construction drawings that we gave to the contractor. So these are just markings on straight sticks of where one stick is supposed to match with the other. Now we printed this big sticker sheet where, for example, you see sticker on pole C14, where pole C14 intersects with pole A1 and B15. And then all the contractor had to do is go through the spreadsheet that we gave them, take a bamboo pole, cut it to the correct length, number it, and then we made this 40-meter long bamboo table on which they had to put each bamboo pole, and then we used metal wire to connect everything together. Then they would use the simple drawings that we gave them, and with a marker within a proximity of maybe, I don't know, 5 centimeters, they would just place the sticker labels on top of it. And then on top of the temporary scaffolding that they had produced, they would just hoist up the bamboo columns, bring them up, bend them in shape, dry bending, cold bending, so no added energy, slide them over the foundation, and then just basically position the first columns in their correct location. And then once those are in place, then all you have to do is basically bring in more and more members, slide them over the foundations, and then at some point in time, you have enough markings available onto the structure to just manually bend these on site by hand, as you see these guys doing here. And here you get a sense of how much curvature there actually is in these poles. And then using simple tools, they would wedge everything together to the exact location. And tie them together with a metal wire. So this is what a point in a digital model looks like on site. It becomes basically a cloud of approximation of maybe 20 centimeters in diameter. Then we have to fix the foundations, very straightforward. Center the bamboo, drill a hole in it, and then using an old fire hose, we would basically manually squeeze the non-shrink grout into the bamboo poles, and by tapping on them, you can see if they are full or not. And here we go. The whole structure is anchored. Then we had to put the tailor-made skin on top of it because we couldn't have the fabric flapping under typhoon winds. And there we did something quite clever, actually. We measured the whole thing by hand, all the triangles by hand, but we realized that everybody had a smartphone in their pockets. So we set up a shared Google Doc where all the dimensions were just punched into the spreadsheet, and then we linked that to our digital models, and with that we're able to very quickly reverse engineer the whole cutting pattern. We made some test paper models of the final pattern to see if the measurements were correct, and then those same drawings could be sent to a factory in Shenzhen where the whole thing was cut out of fabric with this giant CNC cutter using an old version of AutoCAD 2007. And then all these triangles were brought together very simply, first with some super glue and a little strip to fix them in place. And then the whole thing was fused together into a giant sock that was brought to site and then slowly draped over the whole bamboo structure until we had a perfect fit. I'm skipping the parts where they put it on wrongly and the typhoon that came and all the problems that we had out of the interest of time. But basically the system worked. We could remove the scaffolding underneath it. And here you see the final thing in place. We fixed all the details, we closed off the doors, and here you see the final structure in place. Where the architectural intent was to basically create a shield that would bring the focus away from the corporate commercial architecture around it and back onto the exhibition that was underneath it. Here you see the simple logic of the whole topology. And we, without changing the craftsmanship really, just a slight change of the embedded encoded tools, we were able to make this radical shift in what is possible with Cantonese bamboo architecture. We got a lot of awards for that, which is great, but Hong Kong really doesn't need bamboo pavilions. So since then, we've been working with nonprofits to see if we can build some of these. This is in Myanmar, so hopefully once the coup is over, we're going to be able to go ahead there and build this structure for a school and an urban farming community. We're also pushing the boundaries with some of these experiments that you're going to see coming up soon. I'm wrapping up to the final two quick projects. Argon is an installation where we're trying to see if we can make this process even more streamlined. So you know that with HoloLenses nowadays, you can easily visualize digital information on top of your hands by looking through the lenses. But these augmented reality applications also exist in our phones. So we did a little workshop where we tried to see if we could build the most complex shape that we could possibly model in group with 30 students without using a simple drawing, but just using smartphones and HoloLenses. And this is a little video that's going to show what we did there. So you see there's opportunity to continue the project itself and move things forward. I want to end with a very last project, which is Yizu, which is bringing it more into the conventional architectural domain. The concept there is that if you take a beam, not all the material is used well. There's a neutral fiber in the middle that's not working well. You can, of course, change the shape of the beam to optimize that. But if you use an evolutionary algorithm, for example, to have the computer identify what the most efficient beam would be, then it automatically arrives at a chain line or a catenary line. This has been known for a long time throughout architectural history. There are many projects like the Yoyogi National Stadium here by Kenzo Tange that is using these types of architecture to produce very dramatically different types of spaces. Frei Otto at one point in 87 built these Wilkhan pavilions in Germany, in Bad Munder, where he used the same concept for a glue lamp structure, as you can see here, where he basically suspended glue laminated beams from a central arch to make a super lightweight, doubly curved shell from very simple means using wood. We thought that was interesting, but there's a bottleneck in this whole system, and that is that every glue laminated beam here has to have a different geometry. Now, if you have the means nowadays, you can use one of those automatically adjustable presses that you see here at Rubner Holzbau, where they can make any beam very quickly. But if you go, say, for example, to Malaysia, this little bridge that you see here was one of the first curved glue lamp beams that they built here, required a huge amount of manual labor, as you can see here, to bend that shape into place. And to this day, in their work floor, you'll see the bolt holes in the ground that they needed to actually bend that. So there's a real bottleneck there. Either you go for repetitive geometry, and then you have an easy reuse of your mold, or you go for complex geometry, and then it becomes very difficult to do. So what we did with Yizu was to see if we can use evolutionary optimization to still keep the fun and exciting architectural design solution spaces, but maintain the efficiency of buildings. I'll show this last video and then my talk is over. I'm sorry, I'm a bit over time. So here we go. This is all work in progress. It's all to be continued, so please keep an eye on our website where you'll see a lot of the work. And in the tab publications, we're also having all our research papers there. So to wrap up, the future's already here. It's just not evenly distributed, but you have more computational power in your washing machine than NASA used to put a man on the moon. How are you going to use it to your advantage in architectural design? Thank you very much.
So, thank you so much, Kristof. What an amazing lecture. So I'm going to shortly introduce our next speaker as well, which is Kivi Sotamaa. Kivi Sotamaa is an architect and a designer who specializes in designing human experiences. He explores and architects beauty, strategy, and experience in the digital age. He is the co-founder of Kivi Sotamaa, the founder of ADD Aalto University Digital Design Laboratory, and was one of the founders of Ocean North Architecture Group in the 90s. He has also served as an associate professor at the UCLA Department of Architecture and Urban Design, as well as a visiting professor at the University of Applied Arts in Vienna and an assistant professor at the Ohio State University. His designs have received numerous awards and been displayed in design, architecture, and art museums all over the world. His work has also been widely published in magazines and periodicals, as well as in multiple books. So, welcome, Kivi Sotamaa.
God morgon från Helsingfors. It's nice to be here. Kristof, thank you for a wonderful lecture. I think there's going to be a lot to discuss in the short time after our presentations, and beyond that, Per-Johan, thank you for inviting me here. I think I was very happy to hear the introduction to the conference because it's a perfect fit to what we are doing and what we have always done during the history of our practice and during the history of my career so far. I thought that I would try today to talk about one project and talk about a wide range of issues through that project. So first I'll discuss a little bit the idea and the intent behind the project, some of the issues, big issues that are current in our time that we wanted to address. And then I'll show some images about the making of. I'll talk about a little bit about the nitty-gritty of making this building, a little bit about the issues of the digital and how we deployed it in this case. And then I'll show the finished building and talk about, let's say, the life of the building and how it actually performs, what we discovered and eventually what we learned from it, what we're taking forward. And then I'll finish with a little bit of discussion about, architectural projects and how you disseminate ideas developed in an architectural project. So, to begin with, I'm a really big, I think ever since I started, I remember looking out the airplane window once as a student and looking at the amount of construction there is, and I realized that doing a building in itself cannot be that difficult because there are so many of them. And I also realized that the size of the building doesn't really matter so much, but what matters is the cultural impact of the building. And I was always fascinated by buildings such as the Barcelona Pavilion or any of the Mies van der Rohe's smaller projects that had huge cultural impact that was way beyond their size. If you think of Frank Lloyd Wright's Roby House, Philip Johnson's Glass House, and so on. Often those buildings were homes, and homes are fascinating because they're small, they're manageable, but they have all the complexities of a real building. So what I will today show you is a small private house made entirely of wood, entitled The Meteorite, which is located in northern Karelia, in kind of halfway up Finland, 5 hours north of Helsinki. And I'll also try to, without trying to sound ridiculous, try to explain how we try to take on some of the issues that some of the big issues of today, the challenges that arise from the pandemic that have to do with, the collapse of school and home and workplace into one space, and in general, the unpredictability of life and how that challenges architecture, which is always planned towards, as if we knew the future. And then we'll discuss the giant issue today, which is global warming, and how through this one small, quite a modest project, we nevertheless try to come up with big ideas that could address some of these challenges. But first, I'll start by talking about the idea behind the project, the architectural idea. I've nicknamed this idea the misfit, and it's quite simple. You take two forms. One operates at the scale of the exterior, which is the city, the forest, the community, and you take another form which operates at the scale of the human body, the interior, that's more specifically matched to program. And you combine these two forms, and voila, you get a building that is capable of producing, addressing the two scales of the interior and the exterior, but as a byproduct, creates what in architectural discourse is referred to as the poche. And some of my favorite buildings that explore this idea of poche are the Philip Stark and Jean Nouvel collaboration on the Tokyo Opera House competition, which, if you know, deploys this diagram. It was never realized. Or the John Soane's house in London, where the poche of the home becomes the place to embed sculpture and artwork. So the meteorite was conceived like this. It's designed as an intricate three-dimensional constellation of spaces. I don't even want to say rooms, although there are rooms, but spaces, some of them are much smaller than rooms, that create a three-story dwelling unit. And then those are wrapped by loose skin. And that between the loose skin and the more intricate interior, there's a continuous airspace. And this airspace becomes, you can access it. It can work as storage. It works as the insulation of the building together with the solid timber. And it gives you access to all of the technical elements of the building. So plumbing, electricity, and so on. Everything is wired between these two skins, and you can actually go, so to say, behind the scenes and maintain everything. So I think there are a lot of benefits to the poche, and of course, furthermore, you can go and embed all sorts of technical appliances, your kitchen equipment, fridges, etc., into the depth of this poche. So if you look at the building in plan, this is the ground floor where you enter a kind of space that has a small kitchenette, all the appliances that you need there, the small sofa corner, and you see the center space where it's a C. That space essentially is extruded. It's an atrium that goes all the way through the building and ends up in a skylight, in a 10 square meter skylight that looks up to the sky. So the building is designed to have loose ideas of use, but so obviously there's a bathroom and a shower and a technical space, which you can see in this floor, and there's a master bedroom and so on. But there are also lots of nooks and crannies that don't have any particular preconceived function. They are there, let's say, to be discovered. And in this plan, you can see how the interior system of stacked, like this intricate stacking of Cartesian rooms, how they're connected to the outside by punching what we call window tunnels that essentially connect the rooms and the atrium to the exterior of the building. So you can, when you're in the building, there's 12 windows of different sizes that puncture, that go through the poche and frame the surrounding site, which is mostly forest and field. So in the third floor, when you go up, you can see number H is actually that's the atrium. It's covered on the third floor by a catamaran net, which can take the weight of 12 people. And across from the catamaran net, you can climb into one of those giant window tunnels, which is pointing down in the image. And that window tunnel, for example, is so big that you can fit a twin bed into it and spend your night there, which the kids quite often do. And this is probably the best drawing to explain what's going on in this project. So here you see the continuous atrium, and then you see all of the interior spaces that connect to this space. You can see the catamaran that's suspended at the height of 7 meters, and you can see the skylight at the top. And what we wanted to create with this design was a new kind of domestic landscape that, unlike a horizontally organized building, would create a three-dimensionally organized home where you can always see from space to space to space. You can always, it's almost like an internal urbanism. When you're cooking in the kitchen, you can see somebody in the office space in the second floor, and you can see the kids floating at the third floor in a net, and you can have a conversation. It's almost like a Wes Anderson movie set in some ways. And it's very difficult to communicate through images because it's so three-dimensional. So it's worth saying, like in the introduction, it said that we're specialized. My studio that I run with my sister, Tuuli, who's a designer, and a group of wonderful architects and designers all over the world, many of them in Italy at the moment. It's worth saying that we're really specialized in designing human experiences. So all of our work with the digital, all of the technical discussions and so on are always there just because of a particular effect, usually a cultural, social effect that we're after. And this project, for example, is mostly driven by a desire to create a new kind of domestic space and a new kind of experience, a new kind of social space, if you will, that would set a different and hopefully better stage for domestic life that can address some of the issues of today. But then a few words, I won't go, Kristof did such a beautiful job about talking about the intricacies of digital design process, but it suffices to say that, there are lots of parts to this building. All of them are different, and they're all made of cross-laminated timber. And whenever you're involved with this kind of project, for a while, we've all been able to design and engineer quite complex forms. But the real challenge and the bottleneck has to do with the assembly, but that was apparent in the previous project presentation as well. So how to orchestrate the assembly in such a way that it doesn't become insanely expensive or cumbersome is the challenge. Because essentially the meteorite, for example, is a three-dimensional puzzle. It's entirely made of, the entire skin, outside and inside parts are made of 90 millimeter cross-laminated timber manufactured in Finland from a Finnish trees, and then it's shipped on the site. And of course, like in this kind of puzzle, what's crucial is that these pieces are numbered correctly. They're packed in a reverse order into a truck. The truck can get onto the site. The crane has a solid enough bed to operate from. And when you unpack all the elements on the site, they are then in a correct order, and you can start lifting them in place one by one. And this kind of process is wonderfully efficient and quick if the pieces fit, if they are numbered, and you can find them. And it's maddening if a piece has a mistake, it's the wrong shape, you don't find it. You have to look for it, hasn't been delivered on site, and so on. So the success, let's say financially, of a project like this really hinges on the logistics of assembly and delivery of this material. But here you can see a group of Finnish builders from Lahti area that are specialized in cross-laminated timber, who, like a small guerrilla group, would attack the project. And what's quite striking is really how quickly a project like this then goes up once the foundations are ready and all the pieces are there. on site. Here you can see this interior constellation of rooms quite well. And in the next picture you see, if it's moving, no, see, oh, they jumped over something. Let's go back one. Oh, sorry, the clicker is a little bit laggy. Let's see here. Here we go. So here you can look up. You're looking up from the second floor to the sky through the catamaran net, and wait for the clicker to work. Come on. And here we go. And here you see the exterior skin being assembled. So everything here is just solid cross-laminated timber. And one big issue was how to treat this. And we used a Rubio monocoat oil that creates a kind of impregnates the cell structure of the wood and creates this beautifully blackened surface over the building that's water resistant and ages beautifully. And in the end, you install some of these windows, which are, all the big ones are electrically heated in order to melt and the snow that in this area is quite abundant. So those were some of the issues of the making of it. Here I have a sequence of images now of the building finished, and I'm going to talk about a little bit like how it worked and most of the client's feedback. But one of the most interesting things about the misfit diagram is that it allows you to go against what's in architecture referred to as phenomenal transparency. Phenomenal transparency means it's this modernist idea that when you look at a building, you can read it, you can understand how the inside operates, what it is. The meteorite is the polar opposite. It creates this strong dramaturgical contrast between the outside and the inside. So the outside seems, it seems strangely at home in nature, despite the otherworldliness of its figure, and it's because maybe it's associated with boulders and these ice age formations that are typical for this area. But on the outside, it's very difficult to tell the scale of the building. It's intentionally designed so that all the faces of the building are quite different. So you cannot really, you have to walk around the building and explore its form in order to understand its effects. And it changes dramatically depending on weather and the background of the building. And it's, of course, the fact that the footprint is smaller and so on, it's there to intentionally make it seem an object rather than something that's a constellation of parts. The different sizes of the windows are there in order to make it difficult to understand the scale of it. There's a whole number of design devices that are deployed to make it look more like a singular magical object rather than a building which is made of many parts, which is the conventional way of understanding, like how you conventionally read buildings. So when you get inside, what you're encountered with is it's a total contrast. It's warm, it's small scale, intricate, and it's full of these nooks and crannies. And what we really wanted to do in this building is to explore this idea of a very loose fit to function. And we were, in a sense, fortunate because COVID happened. It was, of course, terrible, but fortunate in the sense that suddenly there was this situation where the entire world changed. The client had to move in with her family, and this became a workplace, a home, and a school. And it was beautiful to see that many of those ideas that we discussed in the 90s when we started out developing and exploring what the digital would enable culturally, we would always talk about affordances and the idea of a kind of function as a possibility of use. And this building really was designed with a very, very loose fit between form and function. And function really is more a possibility of form. And here we got to see it for real, not only in the way that children and dogs explore the possibilities of the space, but really in how it lent itself for this multiplicity of uses between office, school, and living. And these little nooks and crannies are there. They were never, determined. We never determined how to use them. This was entirely up to the client. And I think as long as I've worked with architecture, I've always been very uncomfortable with the idea of the architect or the designer as the one who over-determines how somebody should live. I think it's important to create specificity and excitement and potential and atmosphere. But then the specific interpretation of a building and its life and how it's used, it's always beyond the architect's control. And the meteorite, in some ways, is a real, one of the things I'm really happy about is that it's a built experiment, and many of the results and the experiences that the users reported, support this idea. And it's not only the inside, it's also the outside. The whole community has given this building a variety of nicknames and drive over to see it and wonder what it is and what it can do. So here in this sequence, what's happening is that you're moving up from the ground floor towards the second floor, and you can see some of these views from space to space to space. Here, for example, you see one of those windows, which is actually giant full height floor to ceiling window that overlooks the field, and it's heated electrically. So when you sit next to it, you feel this glow counterintuitively when you're next to a cold scenery, and feel this glow of warm air next to your face. All of these wonderful fabrics, by the way, they are by Klaus Haapaniemi, somebody we've collaborated with in the past, but in this case, the client is a collector of his graphics. He has done a lot of work for Arabia. He has his own brand of fabrics, and they are these mystical, ornate patterns that are in beautiful contrast with the kind of the background of wood and black profiles. Right, again, there's a little delay. Let's see, I don't want to push the button again. Maybe I'll push it again once more. Let's see what happens. Oh, here we go. Well, here you have a view of the third floor and the catamaran net. And you can see a little bit of the skylight. So, of course, when you're in here, what's happening is that below you is the kitchen. You can have a conversation with whoever's doing the cooking at the time. Right below there's a kind of working space where somebody might be working with a computer. Here you're hanging out in this sky bar beach, and what you can enjoy the windows, the clouds through this James Turrell-like skylight, the third floor. There's only one material, which is the cross-laminated timber. It's made of spruce. On the inside, it's just polished and treated with lacquer on the floor, and it's treated with this Tremax lye on the walls. And then Heikki Paso, a local carpenter, came in and built all of the furniture that you can see in some of these images that's embedded in the project. That little door next to our client who's in these pictures, that's the door from which you can access the poche, this in-between space. And of course, that's one of the most exciting places for the children to explore or disappear into. There's a lot of space, and there are walkways and there are balustrades and little bridges that allow you to move there. And there's an escape from the third floor, because this is the house. You have to have some means of escape from the third floor in case of fire. So there's actually a secret door here. There's a little black door that's like a half-sized door. You go through it, and then you take the ladders through the poche, and then you come out under the deck. And that's also a secret way in. So it's there for safety reasons, but it's been one of the favorite features of for the children in the house. And here, looking back down, you can see from the third floor all the way down towards the kitchen. So you can start getting a sense how these spaces are three-dimensionally interconnected and interwoven. So of course, these kinds of images are some of my favorite ones, because they show a human being and the relationship of the human body to the architecture. And it's in those moments that the building starts making sense. You start understanding how you might occupy the space. And it's, on one hand, this kind of approach to design is it's exciting and liberating. On the other hand, it's very practical, because it makes the building very robust. So some of those issues that arise from the pandemic, for example, that have to do with unpredictability of life, I think are quite successfully addressed here, in the sense that the building doesn't typologically look like it doesn't tell you obviously what it is. It doesn't come with very specific instructions for use, and it's full of potential for different kinds of uses, which then the nature of the design makes it easily adaptable to different kinds of uses, different kinds of users, and different kinds of situations. So this is my sequence of lessons here, and then I have a sequence of images to finish. But one of the lessons and that I believe we learned and we were hoping to prove was dealing with unpredictability. How is it possible to design something that's as particular in function as a house, as a home, and as small in scale, and yet make it flexible in terms of its use? And by flexibility in this case, I don't mean the open plan idea of flexibility from modernism, where you would create an open space and you would move walls around in order to create flexible space. Rather the opposite. You create something that's highly specific in terms of its form, in terms of its aesthetics, but open-ended at the same time. The second lesson, and like to claim that we to some degree managed, was address this issue of sustainability. And of course, there's the issue of wood, and lots of people are working with, and that's one conversation. I'm not an engineer, so it's perhaps less. Our contributions there are less interesting. But I think what we hope we showed is that we could create, in a very rural area in Finland, in northern Karelia, a vision of a different kind of lifestyle. And I truly believe that if you can change the idea of lifestyle, then you can, and which changes people's behavior, then you can really have impact on issues such as sustainability. So creating this lifestyle where in a relatively small building you can live in a rural area in a kind of harmonious relationship to nature, I think it's often overlooked. An often overlooked fact is the idea that to have impact in issues of sustainability, one of the biggest things you can do is to change the way people live and change the way that they behave. And I think the project made a small contribution, at least in terms of those issues. Then in terms of digitalization and the digital, to put it a bit provocatively, in Scandinavia in particular, there's a lot of work with wood, for example, and I find it strange that that architectural design that's done digitally, that's based on a manufacturing process which is essentially robotic. The cutting of the cross-laminated timber would result in buildings that look like they come from the industrial area, that they're Cartesian, they're relatively simple, based on large series of self-similar elements that are repeated and copied. In short, the buildings look like they're from the 1950s or the 70s. And I think what's the promise of the digital is, I think, not the idea that every wood building should look like the meteorite, but there's this possibility for the architects to create aesthetically novel and unique expressions if you know how to tap into the power of the digital. And it's of course possible to customize and so on. But I think wood architecture in the digital age needs a new aesthetic to go with it, and it's one of the explorations here. And then maybe in terms of health, also it's worth noting that wood. It's good to breathe in these buildings. There's no insulation. It's only wood, air. It's a wonderfully healthy environment physically. But the most important thing, I think, has to do with the social environment, that creating a domestic space that doesn't allow you that gives you a sense of privacy while creating opportunities for interaction. I believe that probably has more impact on your health than the simple physics of clean air and so on. And then this issue of relationship to nature, that it's almost a cliche, so I hesitate to talk about it too much, but I think we do need to find architectural solutions that somehow change the way we can relate and experience to nature. So what we discovered, to our happiness, that the meteorite, it turned out to be a small project, and based on the feedback we've gotten so far, and based on our conversations with the people who live in it, it's turned out to be a small building that has shown that architecture really can invigorate people, but it can also invigorate places. So even in this small project, in this small community, has had significant cultural impact locally. So to finish the presentation, I would like to show, a few images of the project that deal with this idea of disseminating the ideas of the project. So of course, me talking about the project is one way for the story to go. But I mentioned in the beginning that I believe the cultural impact of this small project, and I think the way architecture has impact is not just by people visiting these buildings. Most people will never visit Meteorite, or most people never visited the Barcelona Pavilion or the Roby House. These projects are disseminated in text, conversation, and images. And that's always an important part of the project. So what I'd like to leave you with is a set of photographs from Tuukka Koski, who's a Finnish photographer. And the brief that we gave Tuukka was, don't do normal architectural photography, but try to re-originate the atmosphere of the building, the mood of the building into photography, so that we could somehow try to communicate the experiences that the building brings to an audience such as you now listening via Zoom and probably not having the opportunity of really visiting the building. So to conclude, I will quite quickly, I will show some of these images that Tuukka here with the client's son took about a half a year ago. Thank you. That's it. That concludes the presentation.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kivi. That was very inspiring. So I would now like to welcome our discussant, David Andrén. Let me introduce you to him before we move on. So David Andrén is an architect and a senior lecturer at the Department of Architecture and Built Environment at Lund University. He is also the head of Biodigital Matter Lab at the same department and is currently involved in the startup of a new master program which is going to be focused on digital design and architecture. So, hello David. And during this half-long hour panel, we'll base the discussion around 3 quite large questions which are loosely themed around design, theory and construction. I will start off in the so-called physical world, stop over in the experienced world, and if time allows, we'll end the journey on a somewhat mixed grounds. So, as I've stated to you, the audience before, depending on the discussion, we'll interweave the questions from the audience at different points in time. So to introduce you to the discussion, I would like to start off by talking about the hypothetical shift or merge we're in as digital architects of this age. As Mario Karpo states it, we've just left the first digital turn and we're entering into the second. So regarding the second digital turn, Mario Karpo says, quote, "To make a long story short, at some point early in the new millennium, some digital tools started to function in a new way, as if following a new and apparently inscrutable logic, the search, don't sort logic of the new science of data," end quote. So, in other words, Karpo speaks about our first digital turn in the 90s as the age of mass customization and new ways of making. When he speaks about the second digital turn, he focuses on paradigm-shifting technologies, data compression, moving towards complexity, and new ways of thinking rather than making. So this brings me to my first question, which actually Kivi has already touched slightly upon. And I invite any of you to start answering the question. So what are your thoughts regarding the physical environment within these specified ages, and maybe specifically the new potential that they bring to our built environment? So any of you can start. Maybe Kristof would like to, or David would like to.
Yeah, and perhaps I can, because I think it's a good question to tie together some of the aspects of the two presentations that I find was quite intriguing. And if we look at the meteorite as a house and the kind of the use of interstitial space and the leaving of the shell of a building or the envelope of a building of something kind of optimized. Because in a way you have this huge interstitial space, and I think very often as architects we're looking for ways of kind of optimizing the skin and making it as small or as efficient as possible. And suddenly, Kivi, what you're saying is that we can use this space to create every aspect of the building doesn't have to follow the same logic. And in the intersection between these logics, there's something unpredictable that happens. And I think perhaps if you take some of the extremes that, again, as Kristof was showing with regards to the procedural design and how the logic of the material, and, if you start seeing the extreme type of efficiency that you can achieve with these bamboo constructions, for example, I think there's a new way to think about optimization that doesn't have to lead to such a streamlined end result, but which leaves much more space for things that are varied and diverse in terms of spatiality. So places where we can leave a little bit the very binary distinction of inside and outside, and we can have a floating thing in between. And when we work with that type of optimal structures, efficient structures, we get a bit of freedom to do things which are specific, but not specific to a certain activity, but they're specific in that they're different in their materiality, they're different in their performance and in their space, and allow the inhabitant to appropriate them much more. And I think kind of the type of processes that Kristof is highlighting is actually a critical component in that, because it allows us to achieve efficiency in a different way than what we're used to.
Yeah, there's like 20 different statements and comments in the first question, and so many hooks to latch onto and keep going. To maybe go back to Mario Carpo's statement, I always found it difficult with this urge to define areas and talk about the first and then the second, and there's always a paradigm shift and things are always moving around. But in a way, nothing has really changed, and that is that throughout history, good architects have always tried to make the most from whatever means they have at their disposal. When you go from Brunelleschi all the way to the work that both of us have shown today, it's really about maximizing the opportunity space that you have from within the technique, from the materials and the techniques that you have at your disposal. But a few things have changed, so the access to decision-making processes along it allow you to streamline certain aspects of it. And then maybe a more modernistic approach, the optimization is often entirely geared towards quantifiable parameters, like, as you're saying, David, the minimal structural response to a certain load condition, or the ideal insulation setup for a certain building. But those are very easy areas to optimize. As Kivi clearly showed in his work, there's many, many more elements that are not so easily quantifiable, that are potentially much more impactful in the experience of a building, that are more difficult to grasp. And with the tools that we have today, the easily quantifiable parameters can, of course, easily be integrated into these procedural logics. But the fact that we are no longer, per se, operating in the linear process from sketch to development, et cetera, but that we can change the whole workflow and bring in information from construction all the way to the foreground, and start to design and keep that design flexibility until way right before constructions take off. Like if you have a procedural model in place controlling the robotic production drawing and then the fabrication of the wooden house, for example, if you have that in a parametrically controllable setup, you can keep on designing much, much, much more longer. And that is really changing the freedom that we have as designers, creating more opportunities to bring these other elements in that are typically not so easily quantifiable. So I think that I don't know if, back to Carpo, if that means that there's a second shift now. I see it as a continuum in the change in the design tools that we have at our disposal, and create a solution space that those are given. And that change is going exponentially. And in the work today, you can see that these typologies for all the projects that we've seen that are maybe seen as rather fixed or stagnant, even in modern architecture, that there's a great opportunity to totally overhaul that and tap into different outcomes. So I really like the house, Kivi. It was a very nice project.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. That actually leads us to one of the first audience questions, which I could direct both to you, Kivi, and Kristof, but maybe Kristof would like to start.
Sure.
So the question is, what level of uncertainty in the materialization of the project for you is acceptable? Do you try to expect everything beforehand, or do you intentionally leave space for some ad hoc solutions to happen in the process?
I briefly mentioned that this was a painful process and kind of an awakening that we had to respond to that. Like with the Golden Moon, we had not planned for that. So that was kind of a forced imposition of tolerances coming in. It entirely depends on the materials that you're working with, the types of the elements of your project that you're working with, and the procedures that you're working with. I mean, even in bricklaying, there's a tolerance of 1 centimeter, maybe, or of 2 centimeters on typical brick structure. With steel, that goes down to the millimeters just because of the way it's being fabricated. If you want to work with more natural materials, or materials that are not as processed by additional layers of industrial operation, then of course these variabilities become much more. And bamboo architecture is a very forgiving topic to talk about that, because it's an absolutely intolerable material unless you change your mindset on how to work with it. The deviations are vast. And to then apply that on the structure of it, the physical support structure, that's typically the area where you want to have the least deviation or the maximum amount of predictability. So in that project specifically in Hong Kong, we were only able to build it because there is no building code for bamboo architecture, and it was a temporary building on government land, so we could only do it because we were in the gray areas of the building code. And we basically found an AP and an engineer, an authorized person, the person who signs off on the drawings, and an engineer who were both suicidal enough to put their name under the project because they believed in it. And then it kind of showed that it was possible. But for a normal building project that you would inhabit, like the house that Kivi showed, I think the level of variance that we had in bamboo would not be present. So, but in a way, that's also where wood architecture maybe was 150 years ago. Now wood has been totally tamed and controlled. We grow it knowing exactly what type of wood that we're going to get. We process it, and we have an incredible modernistic level of control of what wood is. Bamboo just doesn't fall in that category. But wood, I'm sure, has a similar level of tolerances, maybe not into the centimeters or the decimeters.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting question. I think I had the word uncertainty up there. I've always been fascinated by instrumentalizing or being at ease with uncertainty, and I've been I think critical of most of the approaches and architects who somehow predict, in particular, that they know how life will take place, or they presume something that they know. What will happen next year, or who's going to use the building and how they're supposed to use it, and so on. And if anything, COVID has changed how radically and quickly things can change. And so that's one challenge the architecture has to do, but that has more to do with the kind of architecture you build. So in my cases, it was all these nooks and crannies and certain strategic use of abstract form language that opens up a building for interpretation. In the digital, in that case, it has become the tools by which we can create that level of complexity with some sort of economy of means. So it's really a means to an end. I'm interested in the unpredictability of life, and I find that digital tools make it economically feasible to create the kind of architecture that could be rich enough to respond to some of these challenges. Then it's a different issue to talk about like instrumentalizing or dealing with unpredictability in the construction. Like in Kristof's case, when you work with bamboo, obviously you cannot work with bamboo the way you work with cross-laminated timber. The whole point of cross-laminated timber is that you turn it into this like almost isometrically structural like industrial product. It's a 60 meter by 3.5 meter sheet, and you cut it with a saw, and it's very much like putting a piece of cardboard into a laser cutter and cutting cardboard with a laser cutter, and you're formally, whatever is possible there is possible with cross-laminated timber. And it just turns out that it has some of the physical properties of like old-fashioned timber construction, which is wonderful. So it seems to create buildings that are healthy, just physically healthy and good to live in. And it seems, at least so far, that if the timber is sustainably grown, that it's a clever thing to do, at least in lower, like under 4-story buildings. So in many ways, I think like cross-laminated timber construction is really interesting, but it doesn't. It's not at all happy with anything that's unpredictable. So it's really the opposite of dealing with bamboo, and you really have to be in control to a millimeter of the shape and size and then of these pieces and then their number, and it all, so to say, goes to hell the moment one of the pieces in the puzzle goes missing. But I might add to this, I live in a 130-year-old timber house, and I'm renovating it at the moment, and I'm working with a German master builder, and I'm there every day, and I get to see the pre-industrial methods of wood construction and how on-site and how flexible they are and how wood makes it possible to disassemble, reassemble, move, fix buildings. And I think there's something lost there. And then if one is allowed to speculate, maybe there's something about like a more sophisticated digital control of these like natural materials such as bamboo in Kristof project, where the digital and let's say the naturally imprecise or imperfect materials beautifully start coming together. I would very much like that, and I think it's very clever to. And I've explored with this in installations where we have like a system that's in control, and then another system which is just very, very loosely controlled by the other system. And it's very much like what I always admired about Issei Miyake's clothing. Like if you look at a pleats shirt from Issei Miyake, there's certain control points, but everything is generated by the structure of the fabrics generates the geometry. And I think there's something that architecture can learn from other disciplines that have a looser degree of control and can somehow instrumentalize natural form finding processes and so on better.
Definitely. Yes, David, did you have a...
Yeah, I think talking about wood in these contexts is such an interesting topic, very much because of the kind of the issues that Kivi bring up with how we've treated the unpredictability and variability of wood in cross-laminated products. And generally, even if it's not cross-laminated, we tend to make beams that are square, and then we sort them into different qualities depending on how many imperfections they have, so to speak. And it's kind of easy to forget that wood is actually not kind of an imprecise or imperfect. It's the opposite. I mean, it's grown as a structurally optimized structure. They're actually created through an amazing process, which leads to all the fibers being oriented to the strains and the loads. And it's kind of hard in this context not to bring up the wood chip barn projects at Hook Park from the AA, where they built a project based on the premise that they were actually scanning tree trunks that split into Y shapes in the wood, and then because they are optimized to this particular geometry, and then they incorporated that particular geometry into their wooden truss they designed in software, cut down those trees and incorporated those very joints. So they're actually not kind of seeing the unpredictability or the variability of wood as something we have to get rid of, but something we can actually use.
Yeah. I think that's clearly one of the next things to do. That's absolutely fascinating, and that's a very clever approach.
And then I think there's something kind of when we're moving away from this type of optimization paradigm where we're trying to cram everything into a single formula of mathematics, the analytical approach, and we're starting to do, which Kristof, I guess it's more simulation rather than optimization as such. So you start to allow all your different components to have their own agency in your computer model. You're not forcing everything into a single model. And it actually opens up for a lot for us architects to say that we can have different logics to incorporate. We don't have to be kind of completely ruled by the structural elements. We can incorporate other things that act by different logics in the same models. And I think for us as architects, it's such a fascinating moment in time to be, because it allows us to do things that engineers in centuries or at least decades have told us we can't do.
In terms of the metaphor I often use for this is the script writing that we're doing. Yes, of course, you can do computer script writing, but script writing also exists in theater, where you'd have the script that the director brings to the table, and then you let all the parties play out with their own agency. And I think the difference between the type of work that I was maybe advocating for is to allow for a little bit more of method acting, where you allow all the parties that come to the table to maintain their own identity and bring that to the conversation to enrich the final outcome. And that type of directing of the overall process requires the director to stand back and loosen up in certain areas without losing control of the overall script, but by identifying where certain elements have agency. And this is not just digital. The script extends all the way from the first stroke of the pen all the way to the last nail that's slammed into the building. If you identify where certain things have certain agency that can contribute, and you design a script that is able to absorb that in a flexible way, some real magic can come out of that. And however you see that, whether that's a property that you want to maybe optimize or highlight, or whether that's a capacity from a material or a craft from an individual that's putting your building together. And that's a very different approach than what I guess was maybe advocated for in the early 2000s in the first digital turn that Karpo was mentioning, was that the architects seem to have full control over everything thanks to digital design techniques and the hyper precision that we're able to achieve by 3D scanning everything to the micrometer. And the Hook Park project is a great example of what that allows for. But you can also take that very easily to the absurd, where everything is pre-orchestrated and pre-scanned and predefined and controlled in a suffocating way. And I think that it's the breathing room that the script allows for all these elements to play, whether it's the use in the end, all the way to as a final end product, starting from the architectural design. I think that's where there's something magical happening right now. Yeah, you can maintain procedural control throughout that with the digital tools.
Well, I can elaborate or support that statement. I mean, perhaps I would raise an issue that's really important for us, and it has to do with this idea of orchestrating the execution of the project. And we've been for a long time quite humble. I remember I was part of that moment when we imagined, and I remember people making statements about how wonderful it is to, you design a house or you design a piece of architecture and you send the files to manufacturing, and voila, it comes out and you have much more control somehow over the process. But that's a huge oversimplification in terms of how these processes happened. And I often think of architecture much more, or any design project, much more like filmmaking. That we have a client or a producer, and we're the directors, and we very much think through recipes, which is another word for an algorithm or a script, and try to figure out where the experts could come in. So in the case of my own house, I can go and talk to the master builder and tell him that, listen, this is sort of what I want. I completely trust you. You know everything about traditional buildings, and go with it. Well, let me know if you need any drawings. But in the case of the meteorite, it turns out that what we are now doing is that we're bringing people who are experts in assembly, processes of assembly, who actually put this stuff together. We bring them in at the sketch phase. Now we look at the project, because the bottleneck seems to be entirely in this the process of assembly. And to put it, like, what saddens me is that one of the statements that an expert in assembly said, he said that the wood really doesn't cost anything. It's the amount of parts. It's really not what I want to hear, because what I want to hear is that complexity is for free. Now that I can design these things, I can make every part different. I can make these incredibly intricate things. So the economics of projects that are not maybe like Zaha's projects, but projects that we have to be involved in, they have such economic constraints that we really have to figure out how the assembly, for example, will work. And the only way to do it is to bring in the people who actually understand those logistics, do it, figure out what kind of detail is, what tool they use, how quick it is to do it. How do you pack things in a truck? How do you unload them? What kind of structure do you unload them into? And if as an architect you presume that you know all of this, you're an idiot. And you're going to get into run in so much trouble. But if you tell people that, listen, this is like, we make documents, we don't make buildings. I often say, I don't know how to build anything. Please, participate, advise, feel free to suggest improvements, and bring in your expertise. And somehow then you can harness the power of everybody. And I often miss this idea. Imagine like the craft era building, where you would do a plan and a facade, and the craftsman would loosely interpret it and do the ornamentation on the facade. And the amount of data that you had to deliver was so much less. And look at the kind of buildings that they were able to do. You showed the Duomo in Firenze. And now, to do that, you would have to do this, incredible amount of digital modeling, etc. And then you pretend that the other party that executes is somehow dumb. So we're really taking this other approach where all the manufacturers are in the table, and we try to listen to them and include them in the process.
Yeah, I really want to echo that, because one of the reasons why we're operating at the scale that we're operating here is because in Hong Kong it's pretty much impossible to work like that because of the tender processes that coming in again from modernist tradition, have been set up in a way to inhibit that almost. You first design a drawing of a project. Very often then here you have to hand it over to a local architect who will then do the building application, and then you're out of the picture. Then they go through a tender process. They need to get 3 different builders that are not giving any input. Then they take the cheapest one. Then he changes, then redesign it. And then it gets built. And there's no let alone with the end user. Here there's still an investor in between before it then gets sold. So this, as architecture gets bigger, it becomes more and more difficult to maintain that relationship. And that's where the scalability of digital tools comes in as something potentially very, very powerful. But what it requires is a totally restructuring of the whole process of how we build as well. And one positive evolution in that direction is that we start to see more and more design and build consortiums where architects team up with investors, team up with builders, and they become the clients as well. And then in those environments, they're able to still close that loop. But the typical traditional architect is almost institutionally handicapped and definitely separated from that design.
I think there's a key to what you mentioned, the word craftsman, Kivi. And I think perhaps what we have to do as architects is start thinking of ourselves as craftsmen. And when you have this kind of ability to extend the small, you can investigate something at the smaller scale, make prototypes that really merge materiality and the digital design space together. And then we have a new way of kind of expanding that to the scale of a building. I think that's quite a powerful tool, but I think it requires that we have to change ourselves in how we see that we act. And, it's almost fitting that you started talking about Leverens and Klippan, Per-Johan, in the beginning. And I think Sigurd Leverens very much did that. And I think also, you're mentioning the domes and things, understanding the process you're building with, and then using that process to create the design. And I think as architects, we've kind of slipped into a state through the industrialization of the industry where we've let the construction industry set all the parameters of construction, and then we create a shape and tell them to do it. We now have this opportunity to go into the process as craftsmen and really start understanding the logics of how things together. And I think that's kind of a way of short-circuiting or bypassing that dead end that the industry has gotten into.
Definitely. I think we only have about a minute left, so I would like to close with a question from the audience.
Yes, maybe end on a more
playful note.
Playful note. We got a question for Sotamaa, but maybe you all can say something short about it. It is, what role does playfulness play in your architectural projects?
Yeah, I think using again like the meteorite, as everybody now saw it. I think it really comes in. It's related to this issue of unpredictability. In the process of design, we also in the studio very much structure the projects by stating an intent and setting up a kind of game that everybody can then participate in playfully. They can actually, when you develop the form of the meteorite, you essentially everybody plays with it until we find something successful. But maybe even more, interestingly, I think the idea of leaving up interpretation to chance. So when we build the meteorite, I very carefully always would try to hit the kind of balance in terms of representation where a project will inspire ideas and interpretations, but we're very careful not to predetermine them. And when that effect works, it's quite wonderful. And so the meteorite was really successful in those terms. It's been there, and you wouldn't believe the names people give to it. So the fact that there's this looseness in terms of control over the interpretation, and the kind of playful, we allow for this playfulness to take between what we put out there in the world and the community. And it's called anything from the grenade, or the lots of Finnish names, mokkula, or all sorts of nicknames. And it's a perfect, I think, sign of success to me that people are engaged. They don't quite know what to call it. And then so they, like a pet, they give it all sorts of name. So there's this playfulness between what we've designed and the community and how they interpret it. That in that project is wonderful, and that's actually something that we always see. We really carefully try to make we don't try to make projects that are so abstract that they're cold, or that they're so implicit in their representation that they become obvious. But we try to create this kind of play between the users and the objects or buildings that we design. So it's kind of key to the functioning of the whole project.
I understand. So, Kristof, would you like to also answer that question before we round off?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, for us, if there's no play involved in the whole process, then we're not interested. I believe a building, if a building doesn't create a visceral response, like if it leaves somebody absolutely neutral and absolutely mute, then there's probably a missed opportunity in there. That doesn't mean that it needs to be loud or that it needs to be aggressive or anything like that. It can have a meditative quality as well, and that can still be inspirational in such a way. But I think we're creators of environments in which people live and move around, and if they're neutral to that, then there's a missed opportunity. There's always a high element of humor in the projects that we're doing, often self-criticism as well, or what do you call that? It's kind of it becomes a painful process that becomes laughable sometimes as we keep on going through it, which is quite entertaining. But I think the entertaining value of going through these and learning from it, and then also seeing how people react to it in the end, that's what makes it totally worthwhile. And that's where the unpredictability comes in as well. There's no play without improvisation, and if the building allows for that, either during its construction or during its eventual use, then that's a fun place to be in. So, yeah.
Thank you. So with that, we would like to round off, and I will welcome Per-Johan.
Thank you so much. What a fantastic morning, and what a fantastic discussion. I mean, I think you really hit the nerve of so many things that shape the discourse for this day. So the topic of the day. So great. Too little of time, but thank you so much, Kivi, Kristof, and David, who zooms in here. Thank you. And now we will have a lunch break for all of you guys who are watching this. We will resume again at 1 p.m. sharp. So please join us again after lunch for the afternoon session of the Lund Architecture Symposium 2021 about transformatory practices. Thank you. So, welcome back to the 2021st edition of the Lund Architecture Symposium, LAS 21. I hope you all had a good lunch and are ready for the afternoon session here. During the morning, we were listening to Kristof Crolla joining us from Hong Kong, and Kivi Sotamaa joining us from Helsinki, and we had also David Andrean from the department joining the conversation here, moderated by Ellen Down. And the discussions were vivid and super interesting, dealing with aspects of the digital in architecture, touching upon issues of monitoring the intersection between control and unpredictability, and the necessity to restructure the processes in design and construction, which I think really targeted the topic of this year's symposium. This afternoon, we will cover some slightly different aspects of the topic, transformatory practices. We will continue to focus on the tools and techniques that facilitates better connections between design and implementation. But during the afternoon, we will deal slightly more with the socio-material aspects of the built environment. Circular processes, reuse, crafting, construction, various means of the social in architecture will be on the table during the afternoon. So we have a new set of moderators. We have Monica Johnson, a lecturer at Architecture and the Built Environment, who will serve as a moderator. And we have senior lecturer and director of the School of Architecture, Emma Nilsson, who will manage the questions in the chat forum. So I give the word to Monica, and I wish you all an inspiring afternoon here.
Thank you, Per-Johan. We have 3 exciting presentations in front of us, and I'm sure this will evoke a plethora of questions, which we, as in the morning session, will save to the final discussion. So please send us your questions via Menti, as done before, previously this morning. And we will, of course, then feed them into the panel. And for that, Emma will be by my side. I'm very pleased to present our first keynote speaker for this afternoon, Jan Liesegang from Raumlabor Berlin. Jan Liesegang was born in Cologne, the notorious year 1968, and studied architecture in Berlin, Copenhagen, and at the Cooper Union School of Architecture in New York. After graduating in Berlin, he worked for 3 years as project architect for Sauerbruch Hatten Architects in Berlin. In 1999, he co-founded Raumlabor Berlin. Raumlabor Berlin is an architectural practice of its own kind, investigating strategies for urban renewal through architectural and urban design, through art, through experimental building and research. And the practice is now working worldwide. Parallel with the practice, Jan has been teaching architecture and urban planning at the Art Academy in Stuttgart. In 2010, he was awarded with a 1-year research scholarship for the German Academy Villa Massimo in Rome. And later in 2014 to 2016, he taught masterclasses at the Bergen School of Architecture in Norway, where he, since 2017, is professor for urbanism and architecture. In 2015, he co-published the book Building the City Together on experimental architecture and new self-organized public spaces. Jan has a long record of projects behind him, and we are now all very excited to see what he has chosen to share with us. So welcome, Jan. The screen is all yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Per-Johan, for inviting me, and Monica for this very nice introduction. To be honest, I've put together quite a collage, and it's probably going to be challenging and a bit dragging, which oscillates between practice and some thoughts that we share at Raumlabor. Starting with this image of Super Studio, which I think is a very nice image of kind of our world today, where we see that architecture obviously doesn't play a big role anymore, because we're on this infinite kind of space of connectivity and this kind of super highway of information. This is Raumlabor. It has been introduced. Just that you get a picture.
Ideological mechanisms.
Here we start.
What I call the temptation of meaning. When something horrible happens, our spontaneous tendency is to search for a meaning. It must mean something, like AIDS. It was a trauma, then conservatives came and said it's punishment for our sinful ways of life, and so on and so on. Even if we interpret a catastrophe as a punishment, it makes it easier in a way, because we know it's not just some terrifying blind force, it has a meaning. It's better, when you are in the middle of a catastrophe, it's better to feel that God punished you than to feel that it just happened. If God punished you, it's still a universe of meaning. And I think that that's where ecology as ideology enters.
Okay.
consistenza, di desideri, di aspettative, ci sono avanzate, cose molto biograficizzate, oppure le partite.
Yeah, maybe while we watch this, I can explain you a little bit that this was a commission that we had by an art fair called Artissima, and we were asked to build this house for performance, for exhibition, for a cinema, and for this literature salon and some programs around. We had a grant of about 2,000 square meters. This was in a moment when there was just this big oil catastrophe in front of in the Atlantic Ocean. We were very much discussing this topic of like declining resources and the Earth kind of striking back. So it was a bit pre-Bruno Latour's Terrestic Manifesto, but it was the same concern that we said if we build something just for kind of art fair, it has to have some kind of meaning that also relates to our time, and it has to be kind of radically ecologically. And since the idea of the building was anyway that it kind of contaminates the different arts in between, we had this idea to build this kind of fusion of the Villa Rotonda and the kind of Mad Max architecture totally out of trash. So everything that we use could be 100% be re-entered into the kind of circle of recycling. Yes, here you see, you very shortly saw the plan. And now I will follow on with some thoughts, mostly borrowed from Zygmunt Bauman. But I wanted to start with this kind of autobiographic image, which is the fall of the wall, obviously, but it's also a bit the start of Round the War, when we all met, or some of us at least. And it's also, when I look back, a moment when I think our generation had a total shift in thinking, because with the kind of decline of the socialist systems, we kind of also realized that there was no outside. So all these utopian ideas that we had, that we thought that the future would be radically different from the present, and the past now suddenly had to happen within, in our own societies, in our own kind of surroundings. And the thought I wanted to introduce some terms, and one term is this term of liquid modernity, which was brought into discussion by Zygmunt Bauman. And I think it's a very useful term also to kind of understand the architectural world and being, because he says that postmodernity is a kind of misleading term, and that we're actually still modernizing. We keep modernizing. We keep working in the same mode of trying to modernize and capitalize everything. And that this modernization kind of apparatus has just changed from hardware modernity to software modernity. And that in this software modernity, it seems to be no longer the goal to kind of create solids, some kind of continuous values, lifelong employment, like lifelong companies, and so on and so forth. But the new dogma is flexibility of everything. That is very obvious, I think, in big companies, this tendency to restructure everything to make it more productive. But it's also a kind of something that we are all asked for, I think, this that we have to be flexible, we have to be always reacting, and everything in this sense becomes very relational. And he says that the big challenge of our time is actually that the power today, the power meaning as a sense of that you can do something, that this power is no longer political, but global and economical power, the possibility to do things, and that the political power is more like representational and still local or national, and to overcome this gap so that we have these global problems that can only be solved globally, that this is a challenge of our generation. And I think this also operates in the world of architecture, because I think every kind of locality today also has a kind of global aspect. We cannot avoid any longer to think globally, even if we act local. And I'm not 100% sure what that means. I said it's a collage, suggestions. And why are we accepting this is also a question that he asks. I mean, why are we kind of living this like kind of life of optimization, flexibilization? Why are we giving up on so many solids, so to say? And I think what he says is a kind of the sugar in the neoliberal kind of digitalized world is consumption. And I'm not 100% sure if I agree with that on any level, on every level. And another thing that I think is interesting that he says that it's no longer, that has also changed, it is no longer the question what we have to do. I mean, we have all this information, we know what are the right steps to, for example, operate against climate change, but the question is more like who can operate this, like who, this lack of global power on the political level, and also this lack of kind of links between urgencies and actors. So maybe the missing link between the global north and the global south is one example, but also within our societies where struggle and well-being is also very much separated. This link is a problem. And this was one aspect that I wanted to drop in this collage. Another aspect that we're very much concerned with, and I also have been thinking a lot or working a lot on in my teaching at Bath, is this phenomena that the whole public sphere is somehow today in the web and in the media, and that this almost creates, I think, a kind of parallel world. As you see on this image. And in this world, the question of the subject of ourselves and how we can control our own kind of digital self, and that we're busy with controlling our own digital self, is something like a totally new condition. A condition where I think at least I myself, I still don't feel like at all I have even understood this kind of condition, this living between two total different layers or arrangement of time and space. And one is obviously still this kind of perspectival space that we all live in, and we get up in the morning. This is the everyday kind of time and space continuity that we have learned to act within as human beings. And then there is this, what I call the sectional space of the internet and the global web, where everything is always available at every time and at every place, and where the kind of permanent switching between those worlds, I think, creates a permanent kind of displacement that we somehow have accepted maybe in our lives without 100% knowing what it is and if it's good or bad. And this is obviously a process that is not finished at all, but it's ongoing. And maybe by when our car is more interesting to talk with than our best friends, it might become an obvious problem. Now how do I link this to the practice? And I think what happens today, at least in Berlin and some of the cities that I work in, is that there's a total pressure on housing and also office inside the global centers. I see that all these kind of benefits and services that this new era of digital world kind of provides and is exciting. The new wilderness seems to be in this kind of cities. And in the same time, and so we call for densification, and we need this kind of densification, not to use more resources and more land, but then in the same time, we also need new and valuable spaces for leisure and nature in the cities. And this seems to be more and more kind of a fight. And we as Ramlabo, we very much like to sing from the eye level, from the everyday, from the city as something very normal and as something that is created between people more than thinking just about architecture. But then we're also fascinated with, let's say, the special places that I think this diversity also needs, the spaces of otherness, which could also be or have also been heterotopian spaces, obviously, by Foucault. And I think a big part of our practice is this kind of struggle for these new spaces of encounter, for spaces that negotiate between the analog and the digital, between different identities, where you can feel by yourself, but you can also kind of accept the other, and where you can get very close, but you can kind of operate it yourself. You feel kind of also maybe a certain amount of freedom. And above all of this, I think it's always super important as architects to not only look at the problems and look for solutions and think, if we now just do the same thing in wood, probably the world is much better. But that we also keep thinking about what are the spaces that we actually dream of, what are the spaces that we really enjoy, and what is this kind of grandness of possibilities that space and architecture has. Now I speed up a lot and I show you some of the kind of strategies that we have developed, and one of these is related to what we call mobile urban activators, which is spaces, temporary spaces that can unfold in different spaces in different cities and make space for negotiation and somehow places of encounter. And this first kitchen monument, the first object that I'm showing, was built for this city, Duisburg, and it was a place where we wanted to have dinners, and it was supposed to happen in April, so we needed some kind of shelter, but we definitely wanted to be in the public space and outside. So we kind of invented or reinvented this kind of pneumatic space that obviously has already existed in the 60s. And it's kind of this bubble that unfolds from this little box, and then it makes this kind of dinner space. And and it went now to many different places, and it's always kind of almost like a imprint into its surroundings. So it's not only a space in itself, but it's also kind of creating always a very specific relation to where we use it and to the people that we work with. And we use it really as a tool for negotiation and to empower initiatives, people, musicians, artists to act in the city, act in the public. And this has gotten quite a few brothers and sisters that I just quickly show you some. This, for example, is in New York City, is still operating. It's called the Space Buster, and became a truck that makes basically the same thing, but a bit more practical. Or this in South Korea, which is even more flexible and has kind of different extensions. And dance theater that we did for a specific piece in London for Rosie, ballerina, that also went inside. and still operating La Boule, still operating theater in Bretagne in France that actually even has license to be kind of permanently operating. And another example is the Orbit, a little extension of a theater that wanted to connect back to its suburbs and surroundings in Freiburg, where we created this little pavilion shelter which is a kind of chameleon and where different artists could work with and adapt to the city and take on topics into the theater. The next project I want to call you is more like a kind of soft idea of transformation. It's a transformation through culture, and it starts up with a quite horrible place in the rural area. It's a subway station where the grand engineers of the 70s, in 72, had the idea to put a subway in the middle of the highway. It makes this kind of speed connection between these two towns, and it created some quite awkward public spaces, and this is one of them. It's called the Eichbaum, and it's this kind of subway station which sits in this highway hole and also in a small forest, and which then became a kind of, here you see the situation between the two cities, and then it became a quite problematic space for many, many years with a lot of crimes that supposedly happened or really happened, and the architects reacted on this with a lot of crime defending architectures, like this gutter that shuts up the kind of stairs so that you can't hide behind the wall to attack someone who comes around the corner. Yeah, you see that. And when we saw this, we found it when we were doing a documentary about, it was a film about this kind of optimism of the 70s, that we just give infrastructure to the working class kind of generation that kind of lost their jobs, and then they will become servants and will work in the kind of information industries. And they built all this infrastructure in the rural area. And while we were filming this, we found this place and we thought we had to do something about it. And then we had this idea to declare that there was somebody who wanted to make it an opera house, a rich guy who is a fairy tale who had lived there and who fell in love in Eichbaum, and he now donated an opera house. And we put up this sign that there will be the Eichbaum Opera. And we talked to all the neighbors and invited the priest and everybody to see that we would build this opera. And to make a place where this opera could happen, we built the opera building hut, which was this little container building, and they had to have 3 stories because otherwise it wouldn't have been visible from the highway where all the rich people drive in their cars and drive by. So we created this little opera hut, and we started a kind of 1-year kind of project of social interaction with the neighborhood, inviting 3 different teams of artists that were supposed to make compositions, like small opera pieces of each 30 minutes, together with the neighbors, with the surrounding, to kind of reinvent this space. This was called the Eichbaum Opera. Here you get some impressions of some of the events that were kind of side events, a reading session, a kind of songwriting session by one of the musicians. And then the opera had to happen, and it was actually happening. And we used just the site as an opera house, so we didn't really build much, but we just tear down some of the crime-defending architectures and made it a bit shorter. And we introduced the tribune. We had the choir, and this is a kind of practicing opera singers while the U-Bahn is still 100% running, the musician space where the toilets is. Practicing, and then the opera happened. It started in the U-Bahn coming from Essen, and you were arriving, the whole audience was arriving with the U-Bahn, including the singers, and then the first piece had its ending on the platform, and then the second and the third piece were performed on this kind of natural stage where every 5 minutes there were also U-Bahns going in and out, subways coming in and out. Yeah, here you see. And it really led to a huge kind of rethinking about this space, which is actually a connection between 2 kind of alienated neighborhoods that have been very connected before the highway came. for quite a while, and especially these after events at the bar were like places where people would reconnect and connect. And this kind of went on with the next project on the same site with the same infrastructure, with a kind of boxing tournament that happened the year after, where the youngsters that have kept destroying our kind of buildings, they turned out to be boxers. And when we asked them to participate, they said, okay, they want to do boxing. And then we said, we will do boxing. Yeah, so this is this kind of, changing the city, transforming it through narrative. And the next little project I wanted to share is what we call building the city together. It's really about self-empowerment through an artistic project. It is happening in Torino. It's a suburb of Torino. It's called Barca, and the project is so-called Cantiere Barca, which means workshop Barca. And Cantiere in the same time means workshop and construction site. And here you see its location. Barca means boat, for those of you who don't speak Italian. Here you see it's a typical kind of neighborhood unit, like socialist government had introduced this kind of neighborhood, and it was supposed to have a vivid center with a shopping facility, with a supermarket and some butcher shops and some kind of pharmacy. But then the supermarket never came because it was planned by the government and the supermarket had its own logic. And so this beautiful building, classicist porticus building, stayed empty forever. But right next to it, on this kind of common ground, there was a bar popping up, which is a kind of illegal building, but still functioning. I'll show you a bit about. What you see here is Barca, and we have been invited by a curators team from Torino to perform a kind of workshop there. Can you turn down the sound a bit? Thanks. And this was really also for us kind of an incredible experience, because suddenly we came there, we had visited the one place once before, and we had this strategy to come for 1 week and really kind of change this place. And the first thing that we were doing was to build this sign together with everybody. And this is a kind of participation kind of method that we use very often, that we don't talk in the beginning, but we do something, not only to get everybody a bit on the same level in terms of techniques, but also to find out what can we actually do in a day, and to kind of give this kind of feeling of that we can do a lot if we just agree on what we do together. And so we put up this sign, and after that we would split up in, I think, 4 different groups dealing with different aspects of the site. And it was a lot about connecting these 2 sites, a kind of empty porticus building with a supermarket was not longer there, and this kind of green place, which was supposed to be a dog-shaped place actually. And so we would design in different groups, and we would design like on-site this kind of seating devices and the stage, so that there was some kind of performances possible. And you can see here it was all kind of resourced by the material that they had found in advance. So we were just using kind of recycled material, not so much because of ASIC reasons, but mostly because it was the only thing available. And we found a lot of this kind of building boards. And I was working actually with a group that was first, I wanted to build the boat because the place was called Barca, and it was these young kids from the neighborhoods. And then we, after long discussions and drawing sessions, we decided that we would build this little hut for children's kind of a hideaway, and that this hut would stand in front of the porticos and be some kind of sign for this new kind of neighborhood intervention, which was only supposed to be there for 1 month, actually. But then, somehow this all took on a very nice dynamic, and this project went on, and the mayor, the cultural mayor from Torino, she came there when the party was going on. We always did on Saturdays, we did a party when we came there. And so we kept going back to Barker for quite a few times, I think 5 times, and we kept kind of improving the place and really trying to build it into a kind of local social center because this was what the people that we worked with really wanted. It was not our idea. You see this kind of party. Sorry, the movie is kind of shaking a bit. It normally isn't, but this, I guess, is the internet. It's a bit dragging. It's also very interesting there in Torino. I mean, all these people came from the south to work for the car industries, and then they never really entered the city as kind of citizens. They always kind of fought back, and then a lot of Moroccans came, and this kind of actually led to a kind of very informal way of living. So many of the works that we were working with were actually criminals. Even though that was very hard to detect, but every year when we came back, some of them were in jail. There was also kind of seeing how can you operate in this kind of surroundings where you have very, very big differences between the people, and how can you make them talk to each other. And I think this happened very beautifully in this, which is also maybe thanks to Italian culture, that everybody listens to each other and that people are really respectful in kind of conversations and everyday life. So we stopped this here because it's really going a bit slow, this movie. Just show you some more images of how it has developed, this kind of designing, syncing together. Then they wanted to do a garden in this kind of courtyard, so we did the garden. And then in the end, we did 2 spaces that one became a kind of carpenter space run by some young students and carpenters. And one became this space for kids to go after school, which was run by this super tough lady who was temporarily unemployed and was working with the kids there, mostly with fabrics. Okay. 7 minutes left. Okay, I go through this very fast. This is just showing a bit that, very often it's not even about building, but about recognizing how the city works. And this is a project that we did in Durban in South Africa. And we worked together with a guy called Dung, who done quite a bit of research about how people move in the city, and that the poor people that are traditionally lived in the outskirts of the kind of apartheid city, and the white people would live in the center, but that even so this apartheid time is over, there's still the poor people live out there, and then you have this kind of buffer zone where industry was to protect the white city, and a lot of them, they cannot even afford to use kind of taxis, these minibus systems that you also find in Istanbul or so, but they have to walk at least one way into the city, and they walk very often for 2 hours from where they live in this kind of shanty towns or and here you see this kind of passes that kind of appeared next to the highway, which is Highway 7, the main connection into the city. And this was kind of cleaned out when the World Championship for soccer was. So there was also a hiking spot here, very important also mean of transportation, because many people hitchhike, and it's much more common than in Europe. So you also pay a little bit, but it's still much cheaper than the minibuses, and everybody would more or less take you. But now this wasn't really possible anymore, because the kind of FIFA, they didn't want to see this kind of hitchhiking thing, so they tried to avoid it, but obviously it's still there. And the first idea that we had for the project was to build a stair for the hitchhikers, because it was really missing, because there were so old ladies with kids who want to hitchhike and they can't go out this steep slope that was built by the beautification of the highway. But this was obviously not possible because it was illegal to hitchhike, so it was more illegal to build a stair. So then we kind of made a side project, which became the big project, and this was a kind of station. We proposed a station for interchange between these informal transport devices, the informal taxis, the hitchhiking, and the walking. And this station became, is called Rush Hour Rest Stop, because it's a kind of imitation of a traffic jam on a 5-lane highway, which this highway has 10 lines, so it's 2 times 5 lanes. And here you can see how it was kind of built and adapted. So it's cars that make a roof, and it creates a shadow place where you can meet, where sometimes, very often, people sell something, and you can just wait for your friends to come by, or wait until your friend who comes in hitchhiking. And it's a very popular spot, and here you can see how it relates to the traffic jam. Okay, so 4 minutes for the last project. This is actually in Sweden, and it's one of our long-time favorite, fantastic projects done together with 2 wonderful curators and people that now work for the city, Jessica Segerlund and Christopher Nielsen, who've been inviting us to work in this inner harbor, the former, how you say, like the free harbor of Göteborg, which is for a long time now already kind of out of use, and which offered this kind of huge potential for city development. And since they've already worked on the river project for many, many years, and they've done a lot of kind of new office complexes and very nice kind of middle-class neighborhoods, they wanted really change in terms of becoming more urban and addressing more like of a and one in the heart of this project there was supposed to be a park of this future development project, and this is what this looks like, this harbor. So it's not super kind of authentic, but it's a very organized, very Swedish harbor, I would. And it's a very windy place. And yeah, here you can see what was the kind of things that were already there. We started. And now I'm having problems with switching the slides. Again. Hello? Yeah, now it's going on, but maybe we're... Okay, yeah, it's a bit uncontrollable right now, but here you see that it will become a very dense inner city neighborhood, and that, but they've made this kind of plans to have about 50% of social housing, really aim for kind of open ground, like public ground floor. So it's a very ambitious city planning project, and in the heart of this project there's this park, and this park was started by this greatest initiative and by the city, and was started as a Park 0.5. And they had this motto when they invited us, show me, don't tell me. So it's a way of participation where you don't go out with a fixed plan and then kind of invite everybody to comment, but that you do something and people can react to it and relate to it. And one of the first things that we said, we made a kind of mapping, which was what was already there. And since there's mostly asphalt, it was obviously in a way quite urban as a park, and we thought that we have to add something which also has a bit of a kind of park quality, and we were asked to work with water, with making a kind of blue park. So we introduced the idea to create a kind of sauna and pool to complement the park activities that you can see here that were already existing. I go very quickly through this because my time is running out, but maybe you can allow me like 3 more minutes to...
Please.
Since this is going a bit slower. So what was already there is, or what is already there is mostly the question that we start with. And since this is not only resources, but it's also a social kind of situation that we have to understand when we come somewhere, we also very often invite people to work with us. So here you see some pictures of the kind of material research. We were also going to be a temporary park, so we tried to borrow as much as possible from the city and bought a lot of kind of material in a kind of recycle place, which was functioning very well. You see how we kind of measured and ordered it, and then here you see how it then became in a workshop, which was an open call. We invited people from the city to help us. This first little entrance pavilion, which later became the library of the park. Yeah, and then we found these stones, cornerstones, and when we did some kind of YouTube tutorials and we learned how to lay stones, and then we teach these very nice people from Göteborg to make stones. And the tectonic idea from the beginning was this idea of drifting wood, because in the winter there's a lot of kind of wood coming in with the floods, and then it stays there, and you always have this kind of condition of coming and going, and this kind of liquidity of space, and this we wanted to kind of mirror in this pattern of these passes that became the kind of park. The only thing that we really changed was cutting some of the trees a little bit, and then we grew also a bit more grass somewhere and some herbs, and then we introduced this parks, this passes, and then we also did some kind of experimental building with. The showers were built from bottles, which was also something that you could very much do in a group, in a kind of workshop situation. And that gave kind of a lot of comfort to these changing rooms that we needed for the sauna to make them really special. And the whole idea was that we create this very special place so that the people that come there before the development actually starts, that these people would get almost like a physical relation to that place, which was always on the bad side of the river, where more like the industries and the social housing was. And that looking through the kind of sauna window, they would realize how close it is to the city center and how much this is relating to them. And you see this kind of struggle when you want to recycle something, and then you first have to find the material that is very often not so easily available. But then also this fantastic generosity of space that these kind of places have, where you can actually order all the material and almost like hand tiler the kind of facades for this strange sauna building. So now the sauna goes on. You can just get some pictures. I hope some of you have seen it, so then I don't have to explain too much. The kind of idea was also that the inside is very kind of surprising towards the outside, and that is this beautiful kind of breathing wooden pattern that invites you into the sauna experience, and that makes kind of real negotiation between the body and this kind of hard and harsh architecture. And then the year after, we also won this little competition to extend the facility and build a pool, which is a swimming kind of eco pool with a eco cleaning plant that sits on the land. It's mostly scent filters. It really became highly appreciated, at least in the summer, as a maybe new space of encounter. Okay, this was it. I'm sorry. I think it took a bit longer because of the switching problem.
Thank you so much, Johan. I must say that now, finishing off with the sauna, I'm sure that many in our audience recognize this project, that it's not just a space of encounters, it has also become a landmark for Gothenburg and created lots of envy in other seaside cities. Thank you so much for this. Showing us now some of your projects, and I also would recommend everyone to go to your homepage where there's so many other projects to see as well. I hope also that we have had questions and we will, as said, take them to the panel at the end of this session. So now it's time for Anders Lendager, who I will be pleased to present as well. Anders Lendager, our next speaker, is an architect, CEO and founder of Lendager Group. Lendager Group has established itself as one of the strongest and most influential companies in Denmark around sustainable architecture. We also can know about Anders in there's a television series going on, and I think it's tonight actually in Design Stories, Design History, where you also will tell about your projects. Anders graduated as an architect from the Aarhus School of Architecture. He's recognized as a sustainable pioneer who is known for pushing the boundaries to make construction industry more sustainable and circular. His pioneering spirit is presented on the board of the Danish Association of Architectural Firms, as member of the SDG Accelerators Advisory Board by the United Nations, and now we're talking about the Sustainable Development Goals by the UN, as our audience know about the 17 goals by UN. You're also a member, you're also a visiting professor at the Aarhus School of Architecture, as well as on different committees leading climate action and environmental development. Anders has mastered the art of rethinking the foundation for how we go about construction projects and for how to generate new methods for upcycling of materials, thus creating a healthy, green and circular world for us all through the built environment. We can say that Lendager Group is a game changer in the built environment, and you're breaking new grounds. You called your speech Design Innovation Realized: the challenges, the solutions, the results, and the future. We're all very much looking forward to hear this now, so the screen is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me to this great day. The lecture is of so much importance today. One of my all-time heroes has just spoken. Raumelaborg and your projects are extremely inspiring. So it's obviously difficult to follow up, but you inspired me since I was a student. So I'm happy also to be here, and thank you for the invitation from Lund University as well here. And also a thank to some of your students that kind of invited me, and Andre Lundin and also Daniel Otta, which is in our office now. My name is Anders Lendager, and today I'm going to go through some of the projects that we've done the past now 10 years where the practice has been existing. It was not on purpose that the practice should actually develop to the size that we have today. I just wanted to kind of be pushing the agenda for sustainability, seeing the emergency of climate change and the way the whole building sector didn't really react the right ways, didn't have the tools, the means, necessity, both from an economic and social perspective to really act. So how do you really make impact, and what is sustainability really, and what is it that we need to do? And so finding this extremely difficult to answer, I found myself again and again not succeeding in my projects because sustainability was such a difficult format to present for your clients, for cities, when are you making difference? When is something sustainable, robust, economic, socially advanced, and culturally interacting in the cities as it should be? So you could call it sustainability. And all these questions kind of pushed me to the verge of going insane, that I stopped working and tried to figure out what were the essence of this. How could I make kind of a company, make projects that push this agenda far enough? And that's what we're trying to do today. We haven't succeeded at all as much as we would like to, but we are really doing everything we can. And today we are 60 people working relentlessly on kind of changing that kind of the scene. And other than that, we have a lot of companies, partnerships that we are part owners in. And that whole kind of transition from being an architect, artist, to actually being an innovator and creating new businesses is where we actually find our practice. I'm going to talk a lot more about that. One of the most influential architects, for me at least, is Buckminster Fuller. And one of the things I really took away from his whole approach to architecture was that it wasn't a monochrome organism that could create innovation and change. It was a synthesis of many different things. And when you have this kind of melting pot of initiatives, thought leaders, thinkers, it gives you a possibility of actually making real change. And so for me, that meant that the office that we have now is not only architects, it's so many different trades. Our partnerships and our business models, our design process models are very different from what I was taught at school. And I can see that these very, very different approaches is what is needed to create paradigm shifts for the structure, the culture, the understanding of real sustainability to actually flower and come forward, which is a very, very long kind of a long travel from being unsustainable in the society we have today towards the future we really need. And we don't need it in the future, we need the future now and here. So just to take some numbers, and numbers is something that we've adopted as kind of a necessary evil to understand and communicate why we're acting, why we're making a difference. While we often see a lot of talks on sustainability, we see very little action, both from politicians, from cities, and also from our own industry and colleagues. It's difficult to act. And it's difficult to know when you actually are making a difference and if your impact is worthwhile. So some of the things and just these numbers on the screen applies that we have a huge responsibility. If 70% of all virgin materials goes into the construction industry, we have a responsibility. And if exhaust of that is 40% of waste and CO2 emissions, we can see this as a huge problem, or actually the lever to create real innovation and real change, because our voice matters. The architects and designers is not irrelevant. They're probably one of the most relevant actors in the fight against climate change and the innovative solutions for creating that real change that I'm looking for. So just to take some other numbers that we think is really interesting, which is, the building's emissions of CO2 is so intense when we build. The materials that we're using, as we also just heard in this lecture from Ram Labor, that the impact of materials, the harvesting of already existing materials is really, really interesting, because 50% of the CO2 emissions over a lifespan of a building comes from the first year of the building's life, actually the birth of the building. So what is the birth, or what are the materials coming from in this rebirth of a building? I often talk, and I'm going to talk a lot about resources and materials in this lecture. And often the question is, do we have enough waste to actually create this future? And these are just some numbers from Denmark. And unfortunately, I think Denmark is one of the world champions in creating waste, which is absolutely not a world championship you want to have on your nation. But just to see these numbers, when we build in the construction industry, it's about 10 million tons of material, of volume, of matter. Where does it come from? And if we create so much that has no value, why isn't there any equivalence? How do we make these joints and make them accelerate each other and thereby shortening the CO2 emissions and creating innovative new architecture, new industries, local jobs, and so forth? So for Linear Group, we have these kind of 5 areas of excellence, you can say, or 5 areas where we really want to do something. We want to really lower CO2 impact and as much as we can. I'm going to talk a lot more about that. But we also want to eliminate the phenomenon of waste at all levels of what we can impact. We do see humans as resources, and the partnerships and the new ways that we need to team up, join with the collaboratives, the cultures, the existing structures where we work is actually absolutely key to create this paradigm shift. We have to accept climate change. It's not a matter of if things changes, it's how they changes and how we design and adapt to these climate changes. And then biodiversity we see is kind of a twofold. We have the production landscape in an urban context, and then we have biodiversity as kind of a nature that we need to address and make it flourish in the urban context where it's been so obsolete and ununderstood as a part of a design driver in an urban context. So for most of our projects and something that we decided 5 years ago, all our employees, we need to see things like this. We did an exhibition called Wasteland that's been traveling around in north of Europe. We needed to imagine this world without resource scarcity, and what does that actually mean? And what we could see, and in the buildings that we're doing today and in the praxis, is that a world without waste is actually realistic. It's a realistic approach in so many different levels, with even looking at what we wear, how we build, how we live, and that whole approach to how society is structured. And thereby taking this idea that this world can be real is something that pushes the agenda for many, many different things in sustainability and makes us act now, not later. So our story is basically that we did this house 7 years ago. It's called Upcycle House. It was a kind of a single family house where we were allowed to just look at one thing, which was upcycled materials. And at that point, defining what upcycling actually was quite difficult. Taking something that was waste, working it to a resource, seeing it as a potential building segment or object that you could design, refine, and use as a building component that then made the building a total upcycle experience that could be experienced and used for a family, and doing this for a very, very low budget, but at the same time performing as it should, converting it to buildings legislation and all these frameworks that we have to work within. And that kind of pushed our agenda that we could use upcycled aluminum, cork tops from wine bottles, of course, bricks, wood, textile, and many other materials. And what we found out was that just in Denmark, you have 400 tons of waste wood that is just incinerated, 1 million tons of concrete that's pushed into the ground, and glass, that's 200,000 tons of glass every year. This is so much volume that we could convert into CO2 reduction, but also to new types of architecture and buildings. And in this building, we started, as many others done, with the container, which is an excellent example of taking something from one industry that's obsolete, moving it into a new industry where it has a value. It's a structure instead of new concrete, wood, or new steel beams. And here, there's also the foundation. It's actually a skating court, ice skating court in the vinyl. And the building here was only this type of materials. And we could see by using almost 95% of the materials from waste reworked to products, we saved 86% CO2 compared to a single family house. It was such an immense impact looking at these things, and we could feel that our design were a totally different approach to how we could create spaces, create new interiors, and a new way of dealing with these data sets that aesthetics were creating for us. So we decided to accelerate this, that we needed to show that all these materials could be made aesthetically high-end, be even better than what was in the market, and compete with everything that we normally brought into our projects that is just a catalog architecturism that we're actually performing today, selecting windows, insulation, wall panels, and so on, which someone else basically designed that we put together. But here in this slide, you're seeing the materials that we've designed and set into production the past 7 years. And it's something that we've used, and today other architects and clients can buy for their projects. So scaling these ideas from waste to a resource started to seem realistic. So Linear Group is therefore a little bit different. We call it, to find a very poppy name, the Nexus organization, but we don't feel like a traditional architectural office. We're not monochrome in our kind of hiring. We have Linear the Circular Way, which is a kind of management consultancy business that helps businesses to find out what their sustainable potential is. If it's circular economy, the SDGs, or if it's a totally different narrative. But often it ends up being needed a design, and Linear Architect is a business, as many other architecture businesses, where we do design and draw buildings, local plans, furnitures, kitchens, and so on. But Linear Up is our last company that is a production company where we take our ideas and actually scale them into materials, make partnerships, invest in fabrication so that we can deliver the materials in the projects that you're going to see just in a while. So what is very different in this process is that we believe that what has changed since the 70s is that instead of pushing back on consumerism, we believe that if you have a sustainable alternative, we need to accelerate consumerism if it's in a sustainable manner. Because then the substitute for what we would have done otherwise starts to lead in the direction of scaling sustainability, which fits into the unfortunately existing capital structure, which is about growth. And we need growth for investment in sustainability, which starts to indicate a point of acceleration, and that's what we are feeling now in the Nordic countries. Until a point where everything's sustainable, then we need to look at it in a different way. We can come back to that. So the different types of cycles, biological cycles, technical cycles, if you don't know the butterfly diagram that Dahl, one of the most brilliant thinkers, actually created to create more jobs, not more sustainability, adopted by Cradle to Cradle and Ellen MacArthur Foundation. But it's still a great map for understanding what we need to do every time you start a project. And what is the right type of solving your innovation, creating a good design where you have a firm grip on when you add energy to your idea, how it influences the design, and find solutions that grows from sustainability and not just for a great idea, but actually has the right impact. Also here, the understanding and notion of cascading, you know it from wood, where you cascade wood, you have a tree trunk, you cut it down into smaller pieces. In the end, you incinerate it. But that's the same structure you do with plastic, concrete, wood, glass, everything. Everything has a lifespan where you start to understand how particles are put together and what you want to do with it when you use it again. It's a whole magical world that you open up where you can start to really play with so many things to create great thoughts and potentials for the building sector and other sectors as well. So I really firmly believe that we have such an important role now. I mean, it's such an important time in the world's history of this transition, where we as architects has the most crucial, most important, largest impact for creating this change. And politicians are listening. The investing bankers are starting to listening. And why? because sustainability is a better investment. It's never been approached like that before. So some of our projects, I'm just going to go through. It's a variety of projects that we've done the past 5 years that I brought here, kind of bridging the idea from making a single family house project. How do you scale this idea? What type of aesthetic, what type of architecture comes out of this? And it's quite intriguing that the materials start to have such a strong narrative that even the residentials start to explain your architecture like they were a professional architect explaining Le Corbusier's projects in Chandigarh. They understand why and where things come from. They live it. They are such an important part of the mission. I'm going to show that later as well. So here in this project, it's 4,000 square meters of row houses, a competition we won. We started to figure out where we could harvest materials. And as we heard before in the last lecture, where does matter come from? How do you organize it? How do you have materials that are waste ready at the right point of time, right quality? How do you put it into a building, kind of the complex timeline of building with contractors? And this is how we, in so many incidents, see how we act or react on waste materials. So how does this ever become a matter that you can use again? It needs to be looked at differently. And concrete is one thing, it's a huge problem, but many other materials such as glass is a problem. And here what you see is actually windows from a social housing project that needed to be energy revised. And can you actually take old windows and make them just as good as a new 3-layered energy window? That was kind of one of the tasks. And we managed to do that by making this double-layered waste window, upcycle window with 2 layers of thermal windows and an airtight structure out of massive wood, as you see here. And we could do it cost neutral. It didn't even cost more than a new window. We saved 87% CO2 by doing so and created what I think is a beautiful window because the narrative came from someone else. We couldn't redefine the sizes of the windows because they came from a social housing project and their sizes of windows. And all of a sudden it started to become part of the process, designing with, here you see waste wood. This is also concrete, waste upcycle concrete, where we crushed the waste concrete from the metro construction site, which meant that I had to invest personally in a concrete plant because nobody believed that you could create on-site upcycled concrete. So my role as an architect led into innovation, into testing, and into an ownership of a concrete company that needed to have the certification, the understanding of creating real, strong, valid concrete. But it gave us an architectural freedom to create the surfaces, the patterns, the content we wanted. And that goes for windows, the wood you see here, which is also waste wood, and created basically a building that was made out of waste, but had a totally different aesthetics. It was something that we knew from working with new materials, but with even higher quality. This is a budget row house project, but here we have high quality wood. It should have been incinerated because it was full of mistakes and off sizes, but here we use it instead to create what I think is really intriguing spaces, and also a row house where you can have your own business. This is a part of your apartment where you have a possibility of having your own business. Today there is a textile company, there is a photographer, there is a cafe, there's many different businesses where the families live the same place where they have their business and has created this community of sustainability. So what we experienced was that we could save between 50 and 90% CO2 with this approach on materials. And we could control design, processes, harvesting materials, refining them, and getting them into the site. And we could do it without the project costing anything more. It's actually 1% cheaper than building a normal row house in Copenhagen. And then the question is, is sustainability something that people want? And my biggest fear was that we succeeded on innovations, but nobody wanted to live there. But because of the narratives, and also that you can have your own sustainable lifestyle in these buildings, that they are offering different types of spaces and narratives. They are the quickest rented out row houses in Copenhagen the past many years, and they don't have any tenants moving in and out all the time. So all of a sudden, for the client, they could see that this way of going about it, there was actually someone on the other end expecting high quality sustainability solutions and wanted to take that when it doesn't cost anything more for the client to rent this than renting the apartments or the row houses on the other side. And just some numbers to show what we actually did. As you can see here, 69% of the materials was upcycled materials, and it gave us an impact on sustainability or CO2 savings of 45%. But actually, 1,000 tons of material was upcycled. I think that's, one thing is everybody talks about CO2, but we are taking matter and making it useful again for the next many years, which is really, really important, and creating a new type of industry, a new type of understanding that this makes sense in an urban context, scaling this approach. For the resource rows, it was kind of the same approach. We are really, really happy that it's probably one of the first waste projects that are nominee for the Mies Award, and we are very grateful for that, obvious. But here again, we wanted to show that if you harvested empty buildings in the suburbs and moved them into an urban context where everybody knows that urbanity, large cities is kind of the only alternative also for a sustainable future, but they need to change and adapt. How can we make a connection between the suburbs and the cities? And here again, we harvested buildings around Denmark. Just in Europe, there is 11 million buildings that lies empty. In Denmark, there's 40,000 buildings that's ready for demolition. So what if we took them and started to build with them? One of the materials that we've been recycling the past 300-400 years is bricks. Today, or from the 60s until today, we started to use mortar that is stronger than the stone. It's really insane. So even though we create a building part that could easily be recycled, we kind of glue it so strongly together that it has no value. We can only crush it. So we said, what if we could just cut down buildings in large sizes? Seeing the brick as, a large brick piece, a large Lego block that you could kind of start to redo the buildings with. And we succeeded by doing that for this project, which is row houses, it's apartments, there's allotment gardens on the roof where people can meet, harvest their greens, saving water. There is a recycling station and all of this, but we needed to kind of invent a new material that could actually do this. So we went to our neighbor building that was should be demolished, and we started cutting it down. And by actually using action and having this just do it mentality in architecture, getting it into your hands, you start to understand the potential of it. And here we could cut down 1 square meter of facade in 1 minute and 40 seconds. If you can find a bricklayer that can do it that quickly, please send him my way. But this is a way of understanding that waste all of a sudden is a big potential, because you can start to create a new design. And our large kind of brick pieces started like this, being cut out, very, very low tech. We call this approach low tech, high tech, because it is low tech approaches recycling this. But the high tech of actually getting it back to the system is where the complexity really starts. And today we've actually built a robot I'm not allowed to show just yet. We're supported by the government. And today we have a robot that can actually cut down buildings to accelerate this process. And here, the aesthetics of these bricks, they come from 3 different cities, Aarhus, Aalborg, and Copenhagen, different types of buildings, different types of brickwork. It's full of mistakes.
but it brings the narrative into a new type of architecture where the aesthetics is something we need to understand and address because it speaks to us, both you as a professional, but also for the people living in the city. So here, obviously, we also have upcycled wood, as we call it. It's burned as the Suzuki approach, where just burning the surface without using new chemistry. The aluminum is recycled. On the roof, you can see the allotment gardens, where it's a direct reuse of windows and wood. And the bridge that you see here is actually a double T concrete slab that comes from a factory nearby that we got for free. And otherwise it wouldn't be part of the project. And just recalculating, a big cadeau to the engineers, we could just directly reuse and train it in on top of the building, actually making the process very much more simple. But here, the aesthetics, the beauty of the old stones, creating some great results. In this project, it's a little bit opposite. It's not very many materials we upcycled, to be quite honest. It's only 10%. But the impact, because it's the right material, it's a 29% CO2 savings. And it's creating a totally and a lot higher value of this building for our clients going forward that would have sold it, but ended up keeping it as kind of a sustainability portfolio, which I think is very interesting. So how do we harvest materials? I mean, one thing is innovating and designing buildings with it, but we need to understand where the critical mass comes from. And one thing, that we really do a lot is to work with our clients and see what types of materials they have in their portfolio. And here we are in Oslo, Liesegang, which is a huge area, a business park. It's 250,000 square meters. And all of these buildings are under 18 years old, and they need to demolish all of it. And the kind of impact of doing so evidently points in a direction that this development will never be sustainable. So we were hired to create kind of a mean for collaboration between architects, engineers, demolishers, like the whole value chain that often is very confused in this process. When should they act? What is value? What is not value? How can we redesign with what, and so on. So organizing all this, we created these reports and diagrams of all the materials. And it becomes kind of like a IKEA catalog, if you want to call it that, or kind of a Lego kind of building report with a lot of materials. But each one of these, we know what it costs, the economy potential by reusing it directly, the CO2 impact, when we have it, how many we have, and so on. And all of a sudden, this become kind of a charter of designing the new city. And one thing is that we saved 10,000 tons of CO2 in this stage. But when the client could see that the conversion rate of this into economy was almost 1.4 billion Norwegian crowns, they started to react. This needed to be part of a development over the next 10 and 20 years. And here just to see the massive amount of concrete, but also a lot of other materials. When you go in and analytically take everything from door handles, glass, concrete, facade panels, insulation, and start to map it out. And obviously, the right-hand side is just showing how we can actually, act with these things when they have the right quality, how they go into the next stage, so they actually can come back into the building site and be used as a resource in the next level. Here, we're doing a small project for Gladsaxe municipality. It's the first municipality I know of that actually are making their own circular building site. And they have this quite beautiful school on the right-hand side. There's a 70 school building that is not as beautiful, but it needed to be taken down. So what we decided to do was actually make a structured demolition, taking down all the materials on site. So on the soccer field, all of the materials is stored. And it ended up being this quite nice kindergarten where each building volume represent a material. Most of the parents going there
with their kids. They used to, be in that specific school. So there is an interlink and a cultural heritage that we are trying to weave into these buildings, which is a not very complex structure, but the monolithic approach to where the materials come from and how much there is becomes part of going to kindergarten, and the whole narrative for both the pedagogic approach and how the teachers are actually going to perform there. And here, the roofs that are becoming this greenhouse and the entrance. And here, another project I just wanted to show here in the end of the lecture is the Olympic Pavilion. A little bit different approach. It's designed for Tokyo. Unfortunately, the Olympic has, because of the pandemic, obviously been postponed. And kind of the way of being many people together is the opposite of what we want to do here. We want many people around these pavilions. And this was the Danish pavilion in Tokyo. We wanted to show the Japanese people that sustainability and Danish culture, Danish design is something that we could kind of export in this short period of time. And how do you do that? Because you find out that Japanese people and people in Asia in general, they don't really know Danes. Even though we think we are known everywhere, they don't really know what we are. So with that understanding, we had to rethink what are we bringing into this? If we want to push an agenda, what could that be? And one thing they obviously has as a problem is a lot of plastic. And they have a plastic culture, not understanding the impact that it has, that you rewrap everything. How could we show that it could be circular? How could we show the Olympic Committee that circularity is a key part of creating these global events? And we did that by creating a design in Hibiya Park. It's kind of a central park in Tokyo, where we built around a fountain that has a symbolic value. And we built around it with 2,500 chairs. And the chairs is basically the one and only thing that we are known for in Tokyo, design of this chairs from the 60s. And we kind of rethought this and made the chair out of ocean plastic, out of industrial plastic from Carlsberg beer kegs and waste wood. The chair is actually a building component. You can stack them on top of each other. Sorry. And it creates a facade, a shelving system. At the same time, it's a dining chair when it stands like this. When you invert it around, it's a kind of a Japanese dining chair, or for us Scandinavian, more like a lounge chair. And the idea was that we could kind of staple these 2,500 chairs, and after 9 weeks, they could actually be used for a different purpose. We sold 600 chairs to Tokyo University, to different types of businesses. But now that we're not building it, but we actually have the pavilion, it's starting to travel around. So the idea of design for disassembly here, you see the plastic we made it from beer kegs. And here, the design of it starts to have such an easy disassemble and a simple approach that it becomes a traveling pavilion for Visit Denmark and the export of Danish design. So it's going to be in Milan in September for the design fair there, and in New York in the end of the year. So the whole idea of design for disassembly as a tool saves this whole pavilion as not becoming an obsolete pavilion concept, to actually accelerating and becoming even more active as part of a substitute for new pavilions around to these fairs, and hopefully showing the great potential of how we can use these things. So I think one of the last projects, the second last project I'm going to go through quickly, is our UN 17 village. One thing that tricks me a lot is that when everybody starts to talk about the SDGs, the 17 Sustainability Development Goals, and I work in the UN as well, and And I'm always a little bit frightened that it becomes such a great tool for greenwashing. And what is a goal? A goal is not a solution. It's an aim. It's something that we need to find a way to solve. And so we started to investigate, in this project, what is the potential of taking these goals, and behind these goals there's a high complexity. And this is the site where we need to build 35,000 square meters, ending the Ørsted, which is a development area in Copenhagen. How do we do that? And normally we do this, design a lot of volumes, cut it out. But which one of these would you suggest is the most sustainable and is SDG-friendly design? It's impossible. And so therefore you need to start somewhere totally else with mapping out what is this? What is the SDGs? What is UN? And we found out that behind the SDGs, there's 232 indicators. And what is actually important for Denmark? How can we actually make solutions that are interesting for the global context? How do we make it buildable? How do we get it economically? And so this kind of tool starting to indicate a way of structuring how we build in general, how we could get communities, biodiversity, all these things into the project, not just as a crazy idea or a goal, but actually as something impactful. And so our way of working with resources is obvious, something that we're doing. So all the materials, or a lot of them are waste materials, but also the way of handling what we call mangfoldighed in Danish, which is kind of how we live together, the extraordinary many types of families, and the fact that we only have very few types of apartments when we do development. How can we address that? And actually, inventing a way of living, calling it a more regenerative building plot that has to give something back to the context. Now that it's such in many ways, a violent structure, it's such a huge object that we place in a landscape. And if we're allowed to do this, this structure needs to give more back than it takes. And just as kind of a last project, we're taking this to kind of a next scale of how we can create a CO2 depot, working with massive wood. We're doing this 20-story high building. I don't know if the film starts by itself, or I can start it here. And it's a 20-story high massive wood building where we are having a really high carbon, biocarbon bank, as we call it. Many of our ideas is now submerged in the project. All the windows that you see, which is normal for a high-rise project, is upcycle windows. So it's an immense amount of reuse of windows. And what you see here on the other side is also that the solar shading is actually windmills, obsolete windmills wings, which is a huge problem that we are starting to reuse as facade components, kind of bridging one of the problems in the windmill industry and adapting that as building materials, which is a super interesting process, accelerating complexity into a different building typology, as you see here. I'm going over time and it's all red in its numbers, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. I'm just showing these images of where we are now in the design stage, making the building documents ready. And it's a very exciting time for us where we are kind of bridging the scale of larger building, higher complexity, higher sustainability in these types of projects. So I'm going to end here. And obviously one thing we really think is important is that not only to predict the future, but really invent it with everything you can, because the world and the next generation needs solutions now. They need to see a light at the end of the tunnel. Give them some tools where you guys, as a new generation of architects, can really find solution, accelerate this, and somehow save the planet and make it a place worth living and creating architecture. We made this book, so I hope you can download this for free at LinkedIn and see some of the results that we reached as well. Thank you so much.
This has given us so much hope. We're seeing the general circular processes, which generates new design, but as said, also hope. We will now have a short break. So see you all back in 20 minutes to 3. So see you soon. Bye for now. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome also Anupama Kundoo, our last keynote speaker for this afternoon. I'm pleased to present you two here. So, Anupama Kundoo was born in Pune, in India, in 1967. She graduated from Sir J.J. College of Architecture, University of Mumbai, in 1989. And received her PhD from the Technische Universität Berlin in 2008. Her research-oriented practice focusing on material research to achieve architecture of low environmental impact while being socio-economically beneficial was exhibited twice at the Venice Biennale. First with the installation Feel the Ground, Wall House 1-to-1, that was in 2012. And then Building Knowledge, an inventory of strategies in year 2016. And now she's exhibited with a solo show, Taking Time, at the Liesegang Museum of Modern Art in Denmark, nearby here. And I've just learned that it has been extended, so we just hope that we can travel there, because it will stay on until May. Anupama Kundoo's practice started in 1990 in Auroville, in India, where she worked closely with Roger Anger on Auroville's planning, particularly the urban design of Auroville city centre, the administration zone and habitat area until his last days. She taught urban management at the Technische Universität Berlin and strengthened her expertise in rapid urbanization and climate change related development issues, about which she has written extensively. She's the author of the bilingual book Roger Anger, Research on Beauty, Recherche sur la beauté, Architecture 1958 till 2008. And this book was published in 2009. Anupama is currently professor at Potsdam School of Architecture in Germany. You've called your speech Slow Architecture, and we're all excited to hear this. So please, we're all ears.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here and to be part of this very exciting symposium where we have the chance to discuss the areas that we want to rethink for the future. And thank you so much for this wonderful introduction and very generous words. I look forward to the panel discussion after this and enjoyed all your presentations up to now. I want to continue the discussion just where it stopped right now about climate change and the problem of contemporary architecture. I would like to specifically clarify that by saying slow architecture, I do not mean to delay. I'm not talking about not attending to the problems at hand. I'm saying rather the opposite, that time is passing, time is a resource, and we do not, our hastiness and the sense of urgency calls for even more time taken for thinking before we act. We cannot go on autopilot building without thinking, because that is too expensive. But I would like to let unfold the concept, even to discuss sustainability and everything about contemporary architecture through the lens of how we look at time and look at evolution and look at, if we can all zoom out a little during my talk and try to see the big picture in space and in time, to be able to understand where our individual contributions are leading, or whether how relevant or irrelevant or whatever, just to have a little bit of a long distance view and contextualize where we stand in the big picture of time and space. With that, I would like to first of all begin with showing a couple of images. See, I graduated in Bombay in 1990, like exactly 30 years ago. I immediately started my practice, but before that, I just want to explain that when I noticed that that contemporary architecture and the materiality of current urban development is causing perhaps much more socio-economic as well as environmental problems than we solve, I knew that we absolutely need to find or make the time or take the time to really think about how in all our former, through former times, how did we manage habitat? How do other species manage habitat? And what are we doing? And what kind of social segregations and ugly, let's say, while we all know that we are interconnected, we're still manifesting separatedness, in which in the case in this kind of picture where you see how informal settlements are actually created by the kind of large scale supply chain type commodified housing, etc., that's being proposed all over the world, and how this kind of approaches and polarity that we manifest makes every city unlivable for everybody, no matter on which side of the divide you have to live. And noticing that, I used to ask myself as a young architecture graduate that perhaps there is nothing so useless as doing efficiently that which should not be done at all. This is not, whoever quotes this sentence, please, I would like to mention, it is a quote from Peter Drucker. But these were, which I came across much later in my life, but it's something I used to consistently feel. And the reason why I decided to devote my time straight away to rethinking all the things that I didn't find in order, even though I was just an insignificant young graduate. And I realized 30 years later, it's amazing if you just even decide not to do and repeat what you don't believe in or what you don't like yourself, you still come up with a big enough portfolio where you can actually share something or build some knowledge for yourself and perhaps even have some relevance. But to just mention some of the problems, that we are going to face in the age of climate change is that the population is still growing. So we need to, on one hand, feed many more mouths. We cannot afford to keep on escalating the standard per capita, for housing or whatever it is, because we have many more people, but we also have, the biological species has not changed so much. The Homo sapien is quite pretty much the same since last 100 years, but still the needs are dramatically more. And why is that? And when you look at ancient civilizations and when you look at materiality and you see how local material was always applied because it was just the natural thing to do. People ate locally, did everything locally, but the expertise, the craft, the luxury and the refinement, as humans evolved, they were able to craft better. They were able to cultivate their eye, cultivate their mind. They could refine themselves and advance as a species through the mind. But what we see today is that many materials are post-industrialization. They are high energy consuming materials which are not even used intelligently. They are just habitually repeated with lack of knowledge. And there is a kind of laziness to do some thinking there. For example, even bricks worldwide are not being allowed to carry load anymore because all the regulations we've made are all about using column frame structures and filling everything. We've got, even though our law of gravity and all the universal laws did not change, we still have norms which don't allow us to do what was done until 100 years ago. And also new things are struggling to find allowance in our policies. There's going to be a lot of issues through the short-term thinking, where every new person who's born, rather than inhabiting the architecture that their ancestors left behind and adding a few, nowadays we have the production of architecture such that 30 years later, 50 years later, it's not relevant. Every human being has to have a new house for some reason. And there's migration, not only urban, rural, but global. So I started observing, first and foremost, my material research began with observing and comparing how pre-industrial materials were hand-produced, and to compare the impact of that on the larger context, look at it not from the point of view of pure material, but from the point of view of the human and his engagement with the material, or non-engagement, or machine engagement, or whatever it is, to look at processes of production, not material seen for the sake of material. And then I started discovering, like in the old bricks and brick kilns, that every territory had, it was not an industry to produce bricks, for instance, on its own. The reforestation or the thinnings of forest branches that had to be cut to be able to bake those bricks were also produced by the same people in other seasons. And brick kilns used to be managed in a way that the kiln was part of the structure of the brick burning. And when it was done, the structure was totally dismantled. It was all clay. Everything was gone. And then they did farming and they grew their rice. And today, if we stop ordering their bricks, they cannot even afford to give us a rice for the same price, because they did many, many things in that system, and I started understanding deeply through observing the local area in India and noticing the lime kilns, noticing communities that are totally embedded in the local life, and all the various things they do which are within the human scale that allow them to build habitat in a way that it makes sense in that climatic zone. And the habitat was something that people were producing incidentally, and they would get on with their lives, just like the birds and the bees. Habitat is something you didn't do your whole, like, habitat was not something that expensive that by the end of your life you're still paying back your loans. Like, you're not just living to be able to have a house ultimately, or you have to have a wage salary just to pay the rent of your house. I mean, there's something really totally wrong, I feel, in all of this. But I started noticing, like, for example, all the green rating systems talk about whether a stone is good or a brick is how much energy it takes or doesn't take. I feel that is also very flawed, because if a stone is extracted like this, or through a machine, or through an industrial system, and if the people just live beside it and do many other things, it's a completely different thing when we're talking about human energy, or what is the quality of energy that's going into manufacturing materials. And this is, for some reason, the qualitative energy or evaluations are being left out, and only quantitative ones are being measured. So we are overly measuring what can be measured, and we are just not measuring at all the most important things that perhaps are more complex to measure. So I started initially producing architecture where I often was saying form follows technology, because at this point I feel that if you have the knowledge to low tech or high tech, whatever, don't make this division, but use today's intelligence to use way less resources to build way more square meters. So that was my agenda. And I wanted to also proudly flaunt that with age-old local materials and local skills, if they are critically examined, and this is all not vernacular, these methods, they have been revisited, and create a material palette and a technology palette could be developed where one could create very contemporary architecture with age-old materials and rethink how to assemble them in new ways, and not avoid building a certain kind of architecture, because it just is a myth that is being told to everybody that if you use your local material and if you use local labor, it's automatically more expensive. Having gone deep into it, I can tell you 30 years later that it's not true. I have not had any special budgets to be doing those type of things, but every little project I did gave me Yes, it took a lot more time for me to be able to give those kind of solutions, to compare 3 or 4 versions. But taking the time, each time I did a new project, I got empowered, and my knowledge increased, my capacity to think, to overcome resistance, and all of that came natural to me, and it just only empowered me more and more, and alongside it empowered various other people. This is a wall house that I've made with pre-industrial bricks. This is quite a known project of mine, and these are made with very thin handmade bricks, which were lower quality because that local clay and that type of fuel couldn't deliver better. So I still produced very contemporary work with looking at whatever is available around me. I used to, for instance, I discovered that there were potters communities and other people with other skills. You can see me there looking not very self-assured, but I always felt that even if I don't know anything about it, I know enough that it's no use repeating a technology or a type of building which I already know has failed or is not good for us. So that much I knew, and I accordingly took the time and I equipped myself to be able to build and divert skills of people in the direction that, if urbanization is threatening their livelihood, then I should be able to use urbanization to actually guarantee them a further life. And if you notice how these kind of roofing systems that I was designing, and I was trying to get it all made by those people to continue letting them have a job, it was not actually in a patronizing way, It was just because I wanted to have a much more efficient roofing system where I did not need any structural steel. I got an insulation that was superior. I got a spatial quality. It was more in the spirit of, what I learned from the early modernists or the Bauhaus or the Black Mountain College, and this idea that you have to keep experimenting because that what we do not know as of now is so much more. What we don't know about the universe and about the own human needs is so much more than what we do know. And it's so silly to not be excited by that curiosity and just, try to find those answers and find the way forward. And so in this approach, I got a lot of resistance from perhaps more educated people, but people who were actually they were pretty confident and they've supported me. And together we produced a lot of things. And as I went along, I discovered more and more pots and other things they were making with which I could come up with even further ideas. For example, to produce lost shuttering for intelligent roofing systems like waffle slabs, etc., where you reduce the structural steel in a concrete slab to only 30%. Like out of 3 bars, you use only 1. You see how little steel is in it. And with that, I started creating architecture that looked a bit weird for many people. And in fact, some other people called it vernacular architecture because they found that these colors look rustic and all that. And they always want to put you in some label, pigeonhole your work. But it was very interesting because I don't think people were really able to box my work easily because the engineers knew what I was achieving. The craftsmen knew what I was achieving. So everybody maybe saw one facet of it. And it didn't matter because I didn't mind if the architecture as a form was not sticking out. And in fact, I think it's good to be invisible sometimes when you create good architecture, because I think architecture is something that belongs in the background and life belongs in the foreground. And you don't want to be like competing for attention there. So I started producing, this is the wall house, where you see a lot of technologies being tried out, because this was my own house and I felt like I don't have to get past a client and I would like to try at my own cost. You see how much important, it is as much about spatial research as it is about material research. And I realized that architecture really has a huge potential to improve the quality of our lives and keep in the foreground the fact that we can synthesize all kinds of diverse concerns as architects, and be able to deliver spaces where the individual feels well alone, they feel well with others in their community, that there is a very good transition between the individual privacy spaces and the social ones, and also feel very comfortable with between the indoor and outdoor relationships, so that we are really rooted, we are always connected to our inner being, our community, and the world which is our habitat, and to have a porous relationship in spite of climate control. So through these kind of principles, I really began to believe that architecture's main purpose is to facilitate human, people-centric spaces, so that we can help through shelter or through even refined sort of spaces, that the human being can experience health, happiness, and well-being. And of course, beauty is part of it. And beauty, again, is not a superficial thing. It is that absolute alchemy where the built and the unbuilt, the materiality is right, and the materiality can be transcended by the spirit. So this, for example, is a daycare center that I've completed just a year or so ago. And here you see again, it was for very underprivileged or children with very difficult backgrounds. And here I created a very strong institutional building, and I chose industrial terracotta screens to give that stability that these children require. So according to the technology, I have gone forward and experimented and found what is the right thing and where to put it and how to. The idea was to reduce to the max in terms of resources. This is a youth center. It's a kind of hostel actually in Oroville. So with very minimum, so I was saying reduce to the max, but increase other things to the max, such as beauty, celebration of human life, and so on. And so often the budgets were very small, but I realized that you can do a lot with less. It's just like a big budget does not ensure a better movie, you know. Similarly, I think it's a story that's important. And I think similarly, because I grew up in a context where resources were very, very limited, I realized that I had all the more the chance to be ingenious and to be able to create, the bare minimum. To declutter and find the essence of that point of space and matter coming together, material coming together, that where architecture gets fixed. So when I left Bombay, I also began first by studying round wood structures, because I built myself a very, very simple hut like this, because that's exactly what I could afford. And I decided to start with liberating my personal time and live simply, so that I don't have to work for people, and I don't want to just because of my own needs to foot my bills, to be using my being intelligent, but suppressing my intelligence and doing some bullshit. Sorry for that word. But I got myself a cycle and a motorbike, and I, started living very, very simple, completely built with natural materials, with coconut rope, etc. And of course, I had a very adventurous life for an Indian girl of that time, going around in a bike, and just, not bothered about social norms, because once you can go beyond how other people validate you or what, when you face the rejection and all that, it's actually quite liberating. You can just have the life you want, or just be more true to yourself. So one thing I did get inspired by Denmark actually was the co-housing idea, because I realized that co-housing is such a fantastic way to approach a different economy and liberate people's own personal time and reduce therefore bank loans and allow the community to not to let technologies reduce their engagement. So here you see it's built with rammed earth. This is mixed, like a community of 60 people. I absolutely was inspired here with what I had studied from Denmark at that time. Of course, only through books. I hadn't traveled that far. And I still am working on these newer models for co-housing, which is in the urban context. So these are some projects I'm not explaining in detail, but each thing I did empowered me to take on even bigger challenges. And I just went from losing one fear to the next. And I didn't realize actually, because I was in such a remote area, that I didn't realize that all this experimental practice would even get discovered, and of all places, by the curators of Louisiana Museum. So it was really very gratifying to see that this very risky practice that I had started creating just on the go actually came to something. And all the 30 years spent slowly thinking a lot, spending way more time than most architects may have to do. I did it, and it empowered me. And when I really look back and see all the things that were achieved, and achieved collectively also, it was really phenomenal and so worth the time. I would like to share with you this image. I had actually drawn it for Alejandro Aravena when he did the 2016 Venice Biennale, and I had called it Building Knowledge and Inventory of Strategies, because his topic was reporting from the front and referring to the battle theme, which is quite painful. So my approach was that if we invest in knowledge, like, for example, if you know your first principles, and as architects, we are taught to delve deep into very diverse areas. So I explained that the roots stand for the quest for knowledge. You're going into economic issues, engineering issues, water management, all kinds of seemingly unrelated things. But the trunk of the architectural tree is the synthesis. The roots lead to a trunk, the trunks branch out, and then there's a wide range of architecture that results out of the right processes, are very diverse, but they come from the same source of integration, and constantly the root tips are the frontier of that new knowledge. And that's why I try to produce such a sketch. And I'm also sharing with you because I would like to explain that this knowledge-based approach that I developed was as much to do with revisiting old knowledge and trying to find new ways to assemble age-old timeless materials, but also look into new materiality, such as ferrocement here, that I'm going to share with you a little bit. This is more my recent research, where ferrocement is a very, very optimized version of doing reinforced cement concrete. But of course, it requires very little steel, thin meshes, and because they are so thin, you have to bend the structure and use the form that will give rigidity and stability. So I realized that even with high energy materials like cement, concrete, etc., cement, we really cannot just act so ecological and say that we are only going to build everything with mud, because the population is higher and we don't want our technology to become a barrier and do only elitist projects. We will have to meet climate change. Areas are going to get flooded. There's going to be needs for disaster relief structures, etc. So I first designed, I started wanting to research with all kind of materials, including high energy ones. So I started creating ferrocement modular housing elements, where even the element of the final layer of cement was treated like with pigments as a stucco embedded, very, very thin elements that human beings could carry 4 pieces at a time, etc. You could make offices, you could make houses or whatever. So this is what was exhibited in the 2016 Venice Biennale, but it's a topic, this is just an example of some research in innovative material and construction technologies, which is really about completely rethinking things. For example, even ferrocement is something that was first used by Nervi in the 60s. And I have been looking over the years into how this mesh could be replaced by natural meshes. The steel mesh could be replaced with fibers, natural fibers, glass fiber. And the cements are also being rethought in the world. And there's so much going on, and there's so much potential to discover that. So this is one thing you will also see if you manage to go to the Louisiana Museum, that all the various, I've got 6 material group palettes that I have researched, from wood to everything like cement. Even architecture students, they tend to just think that when they draw walls, it's just 2 parallel lines, or cement and concrete are just some gray thing. I wanted to demystify everything and show what really, like when you bake a cake, what are the ingredients, what goes into it, where do they come from on the earth, every material, whether it's manufactured or natural, it comes from the earth. Where does it come from? What is the impact? So here is also some other objects, like a toilet block that can be installed in a day, etc., that I have produced with ferrocement. And I want to add here what I mean by taking time. Look, may have taken me years to solve these things, but now to build it, it takes a day to go and install that. Or the previous house I showed you can be built in a week. I have enabled a lot of time for research and for testing. Like this ferrocement series, after having done years of research on that in India, I have been able to test this in the German laboratory of Mike Schleich, who's also a professor there at the TU Berlin. And in a workshop with engineering students, we were able to produce it. One batch was sent to Venice, another batch was kept for testing. You can see how this material doesn't break, and you can see its seismic properties. On the other hand, in Venice, we have displayed in 1:1 what such a future technology could look like. But this is just some areas of how I am dealing with the so-called high-tech materials. I'm also doing a lot of things with, when I use purely RCC, reinforced cement concrete, I do sometimes several designs. Like in this case, I have managed to use only 75 cubic meters of concrete instead of what you would normally use for such a thing, 125 to 150 cubic meters of concrete, And for me, that is a sustainable approach. It's not about labeling a material good or bad, because that's a bit religious and moralistic approach. I think the knowledge-based approach is to just use what really, with our today's intelligence, is the minimum thing to be used. And I enabled that by casting very efficient and weird shapes of beams as required by the engineering. I used ferrocement as a lost shuttering to be able to cast very efficiently the minimum amount of concrete. And here you can see those beams were made on the ground, and they were lifted, even they were hand lifted actually, which I now really wonder the kind of things we did in those days. And then you turn it around and you pour your concrete in it, and you save a lot of formwork and expenses, So another area of, radical experimentation, which also unfortunately is being called vernacular, is baking mud houses in situ. That means building a mud house, sticking the mud brick with mud mortar, filling it up, treating it as a kiln, filling let me explain. Normal kilns, when you make bricks, you need 980 degrees of heat. And what you have to do is, you have to, in those kilns that you stuff your bricks, about 40% of the heat generated gets absorbed by the kiln wall. So we are trying to tap that heat and use it to cook a house for free. So we insulate it, etc. It's a technique pioneered by Ray Meeker. That was my PhD topic. And we built some houses in this technique, where after the house is built, all the products come out. The mud house is made into brick. It doesn't melt away. There's no cement involved. And all the bricks can be removed and used to sell it and recover the cost of the house, or in any case, or to complete the house. In any case, the house becomes a generator of building materials rather than a producer. And while you build the house, you can build you can put in all kinds of things, from toilets to tiles. And this is the work. This slide is of Ray Meeker's project, with whom I collaborated under his guidance and built this. This is the outcome. Voluntariat homes for homeless children, very humble, zero resources. And finally, the last group of work is some examples where I'm using urban waste like books, magazines, anything that I can find my hands on, using them to allow students to have one-to-one workshop type experiences, build sofas, furniture, explore the strength of materials through unconventional waste materials playfully. Like here, we vacuum packed it. I built one. Whenever I'm asked to do a temporary building, I try to use materials only from the garbage and see how far can I make it go. This is called Library of Lost Books in Barcelona. And it was just there for 4 months. And so before the material, is thrown, you can just extend its life and make it go as far as you can and provide some shade. So there are lots of explorations. I'm just going to show images quickly that you get a sense of all the explorations. Wine bottles being redone, reused, or beer bottles, or whatever junk bottles you find, broken glasses as masonry units where you need to get light in. These are just fun, having fun with garbage. And sometimes adjusting windows to use old things you find as formwork. So you're not only the material, but also for the building process. And like when I did the Venice Biennale, I took the students with me to understand the problem in the local context in Venice. Where is the homelessness, etc. And we managed that the Venice pavilion was built by recycling materials from the previous German pavilion's waste. Only 6 pieces came from the new thing we made. All the rest was built through giving a second life to materials. And then came the third life we gave them, is by going back there and reusing all those elements along with a refugee group for improving their settlements. There are other things I have done similarly. This was in Mexico, where we took Tetra Pak, filled them with water, because it's very difficult to dispose. There's aluminium, there's plastic, there's many materials. So it's so waterproof. I thought the best thing is you fill it back with sand or with water even, and use them as bricks. So we had done an installation with that as well, because we wanted to teach students the idea of building with their hands, with real materials, real scale, real people, real places, so that academia is not too cut off from reality, and there is a kind of embodied learning approach so that people can think with their hands. I'm just going to talk about here. I'm sorry, this is a bit of a repetition here. I have by mistake added. What I find very important is this thinking with the hands approach, and not keeping my design encounters only and sharing it with the craftsmen and everybody involved, because everybody is intelligent, and if everyone understands what's going on, then we all can contribute to the advancement. And because this kind of ferrocement elements were so thin, I came up with so many other solutions, how to build and how to cast efficient things on this origami type forms, where in 3 or 4 days you could come up with habitat, and your form work could be made of recycled carton. And the mesh, which is so little, as you can see how little steel is involved, it can be also similarly folded and carried and opened and plastered. And this was an experiment that I did in 1-to-1 for shelter. And I realized in only 4 days, you can have such a shelter. But I worked perhaps 4 years. And that's what I mean by slow architecture, taking time, is I put my time there to solve open questions. And every time I continued with the open questions, it led to a new solution and a new research project. So similarly, I also did a lot of, this is the town hall complex in Auroville. I have done a lot of buildings which look like they are totally done in reinforced concrete. So I don't have a material bias. I try to think, what is the purpose? How lasting must it be? What are the spans? How can I use the material most judiciously and combined with ferrocement? So these are buildings where I have used very little resources out of intelligent designs. So thinking with the hands is a very priceless approach. I want to make sure that in my teaching approach, students, can you notice everybody's face that they are all thinking when we are making what we make, it makes us. So it's very important for me that we are aware of this and don't cut off the human hand in the learning process and in the intelligence of thinking, because there are certain design solutions where if you didn't stick your hand into the thing, you would have not discovered certain solutions. And this collective thing of engaging your hand and your whole body, frankly, is what makes us remain holistic. And you know that this kind of process is being done in my architecture studios. Alongside, I bring in artisans, I bring in engineers. We are not doing this inquiry alone, because you get a complexer understanding of things, because every human has a very particular way of understanding the problem. But if you're designing a tensile structure and you don't have a sewing machine in your studio, you're likely to arrive at very different solutions than if you do have. So here are some images of how people and them working and discovering things is a very strong part of my method of process that my students must have somehow, because I like them to get into the problem and get into the solution. I would like to end by just showing a couple of images that, because I started out showing the very big picture of crowded Bombay, that while many people know my material research, they do not maybe know that the degree to which I'm involved in the thinking of future cities. I lived in Auroville and I collaborated with Roger Anger, as it was mentioned. And 50 years ago, this future city that was beyond land ownership and talking about the new mobility already 50 years ago, it was envisaged for high density cities, but with very, it's all walkable, and the ground was liberated for all the things from urban farming to every new kind of way. But the whole idea was the whole city is the commons. And many of my projects are located in Auroville. And this plan of opposite to the tower typology, horizontal high-rise buildings where the roofs could be used, was something I've continued. I worked on it while Roger Anger was there, but I also worked beyond that time. You can see Auroville, that hostel I showed you is located here. Auroville is very much a real city in the making. It has not taken its urban step yet. I'm doing that work still. In Louisiana, I've showed my urban project. And I'm just showing you some images because there's no real time to get into it. I want to explain to you that my small detailed studies are keeping the big picture in mind. Here we are interacting with Jan Gehl in Stuttgart, getting his feedback on mobility and etc. And now just some images, and I'm really ending with that. I am 49 seconds over time, but I'll just share with you a few images of what my Louisiana Taking Time exhibition looks like. There is a central Wunderkammer where objects and how you look at the universe and the architecture of time through the architecture of matter, the architecture of life, how the architecture of our body, of the beehives, of of the cells, of the pods and the plants, etc. Architecture of matter, architecture of life, and architecture of mind is seen so that we understand what architecture is beyond us. And then there are material palettes surrounding it and some examples of what was done. So there are 6 of those groups. And everywhere, every project is shown through a 1 to 50 scale spatial research, separate from the 1 to 5 scale material research model. And the reason I've shown spatial research and material research separately is because I think people are often doing either or, either looking for form or looking only for material. But I wanted to understand communicate the two processes so differently. The processes are so different that I wanted to communicate it differently, and the architecture resulting from that is seen as a synthesis of those two inquiries. So if you go and see this, and if you can't go and see it, you'll get a glimpse of what the interiors look like, since it has been closed for a while. So you can, without words, you can understand the engineering, the material, you can understand architecture through architecture itself with very little descriptions. The urban project is also shown in 1 to 50 scale. And it has been created by my students from Yale University, from KADK, and from the students of Potsdam, who plugged into this urban design, tiny housing projects, co-housing, where they are rethinking what is the co-part of the future urban housing. And I'm ending now here to explain, just get a sense of that mood. And to show that even that this is a very high-rise kind of thing, it's all about exploring human scale and our requirements for humans, for high density to still remain in the human scale. Otherwise, all our cities have lost it. And I think that's where we really need to work. And through some of the students' work, you can see what was attempted. And I will end now with this image where you have in 1-to-1, the future facade, that these are solar power generating facades, whether it is through paint or other materials, photovoltaics. It is a kind of area of future inquiry with state-of-the-art research. And at the same time, the facade is a porous one where I'm questioning climate control, as it were, the lack of porosity. Now you see during COVID, we need to open our windows. And it was probably a very big mistake to insulate things to such an extent in the name of climatic comfort, to go for climatic control. So I'm questioning that, but urban farming, all of these aspects are integrated. So I think with this, I would like to end my presentation and look forward to the discussion. And I hope that in the future, if everybody prioritizes their own personal time, I think we can very rapidly change the big picture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anupama. If this had been a normal Lund Architecture Symposium, we would have heard the big applauses now. We are so stunned by your presentation. And now we're moving into our panel discussion. So I hope that we soon will see all our keynote speakers on the screen. We also have collected questions from our audience. And Emma, you're also here you have collected. How many questions do we have at the moment?
You can keep them coming.
So please, to our audience, if there's still time to ask these questions. And welcome back. Here we have Anders and Jan with us as well. And to Anders, I must say, we had some technical problems, so I hope you didn't feel too cut off after your excellent speech and presentation. So I was just thinking, the theme of this symposium, it is transformatory practices. And we've been talking about methods and mindsets. And it's so obvious that the three of you you're driven by visions. It's an urge to create architecture that make makes a difference for society and for the planet. It's something that reaches beyond just the relationship between architect and client. And also what we see now, which is so impressive, is also this matter of making the visions real through experimental building and innovation. I'm also thinking, because you have such a deep experience, you've been traveling in different countries, studied different places. And I'm thinking we have different cultural contexts. And with your experience now, because you've been talking about strategies, your strategies that you've used to carry projects through. Looking back, which strategies do you think have been the most important, and how have they been different depending on what you've been doing and where you've been, putting it a bit in a cultural context? If I start asking Jan these questions, what have you brought with you? Which strategies do you think have been most useful to make things happen?
First, I may say thank you again. I was also very impressed by both of the other speakers, and have known your work before, but it was fantastic to get a real insight. And I think it's fantastic, this kind of front side, not pretending to, but really making change. And then the question about strategies. I think that, there's many levels. I think we've developed a lot of kind of, maybe where I could say we really have some experiences that could be valuable to share is involving like communication processes where we involve other people into, like non-professionals, into the discourse about the future of their environment, of their neighborhood, of their city. And I could quote this curators that I worked with by maybe show me, don't tell me kind of approaches, that you not start asking people what you want and then they're totally overwhelmed because they just think maybe in a too small context, and then they say, yeah, we want more parking, we want more trees, we want more kindergartens, and but that you really create a kind of creative situation where you already propose something, where you also go for some kind of making together. And I think this is something that seems to work in many different surroundings and contexts. And maybe I leave it there and I give it back to you.
You talk about involving non-professionals, but I guess you also involve students in your work.
I think this is maybe the less challenging part. And if you make an open call and then there's enthusiastic students coming and then you can do almost everything. But I think it's maybe more this involving, maybe these people that I showed in this suburb in Torino that have very kind of indifferent kind of, they're really not happy with the neighborhood, but then they also kind of have no, first of all, they have no kind of realization of how this could change. And then you kind of start up to build, first to educate a bit, first to really show some possibilities, show how you can, what could be possible, try out things, and then create a kind of communication process and come back and improve. And then also kind of try to institutionalize that and help them kind of being more self-supporting in these processes. And I think this techniques that can also be scaled up. Right now we're doing a huge project with a lot of users and activist involvement in Berlin, for example, which is called the Haus der Statistik, where we kind of make a cooperative city development of our old governmental building of the DDR with more than 50,000 square meters, with hundreds of people involved. And there, it does obviously become also quite a challenge to kind of order these to kind of manage these processes and to still also be able to speak from this kind of community to the other players like the city or the local housing development company that are also involved in the project. So that the architect becomes a kind of a negotiator of interest more than maybe even a kind of creator of spaces, which is in this phase is not even there. So a kind of a new way of project development, I would say, that I also very much see in Anders' projects and also in the research that Anupama was explaining. And I think it's maybe that we are, let's say, more on the kind of cultural or the kind of, that we're more coming from the street, maybe, like we really started asking people on the street, and then we found out that it doesn't work, and then we went in different scales, and then we always found that it was very important to find some kind of level of empowerment and also a level of that you say, okay, it's work, find a kind of frame that makes this kind of dialogues really productive.
So while you put your ear to the street and it starts really on the ground, and I'm thinking, Anders, you have a bit of a different approach. You're using the sustainable goals. That is something that several people have agreed upon, and bringing that as a market model. Could I interpret you a bit like that?
Well, it doesn't sound as good when it becomes a market branding model, but you can certainly say that in many ways. I'm so afraid that when everybody talks about sustainability and it becomes kind of a buzzword, a trend that's been so overwhelmingly used for large corporations, where the SDGs is a very good example, Global Compact, all these kind of initiatives that comes from a business practice and not from the architectural world as kind of a narrative, it becomes so easy to pretend being sustainable. And I'm really trying to, at the same time, for many years, I told myself, the more people who uses the word sustainability, it's always for the good, because it somehow embraces the fact that we need to act somehow. But we are also seeing that it's becoming so easy for giga corporations to say that they are dealing with 5 sustainability development goals, and in reality, they are not changing, making any change. Not at all, because it's challenging their own business models. And so what I'm just trying to say is that architecture has the potential of taking these narratives, which is global initiatives for sustainability, which is the kind of the essence of sustainability. It's as beautiful as it can be, but only if we transform it into an aesthetic and a materialized sustainability. There we start solving problems, and that's probably what I'm just trying to address in these projects. And I'm also always afraid of walking into that trap of becoming just one of those that messes sustainability and not showing results. And that's why I'm so eager to go as deep as I can. And I think also many of the projects that Jan is talking about, and also Anupama, kind of this way of engaging with people. I didn't really bring these things, but it's really something where poverty. What is that in a Nordic context? Most people would say we don't have that as a problem, but it's there. People are there is poverty. There is food resources lacking. There are people where we need to engage with these and bring them into and understand that context. So I'm just trying to say that it's means of tools where what we do locally becomes a global solution. And I think that is so essential to these things when we talk about these global structures, if it's SDGs or other types of global organizations talking about sustainability, we need to provide solutions. And one of my biggest dreams is that we have a global buildings legislation based on sustainability. And it's something that I really, really want to work on.
So apologies for if it sounded derogatory. It was really not my intention, because I was very impressed by your deeper reading of the goals. So we get away from this greenwashing and really showing and using the specific architectural knowledge or skills into the goals. So, but bringing back, and it's also interesting to when you bring up that, what is poverty in Denmark, for example, what is the goals in Denmark? I would also like to pose the questions about strategies to Anupama, and I must also ask you, was it different, coming out as a student and just starting doing your own thing, and what you learned from that, and what experiences you've had through this journey? Because
before I answer you, I want to really use the chance to thank Jan for his wonderful presentation. I've been hearing about Raum Labor since long when I have come to Berlin. I live here, so I would love to meet you one day. And I would like to also thank you, Anders, also in continuation with yesterday's discussion. I'm so glad you saw the exhibition. At least somebody saw it when it's locked. Yes, coming to exhibition, coming to your question, was it easier or different being in one country or another? See, a lot of people think it may be easier because maybe there are less rules in India, and I've often get, stereotyped and pigeonholed in all kinds of boxes. I honestly think I really see that we are more common than we are different. I have always been like that. Okay, I am at home in Berlin, for example. The education I got in India was perfectly equipping me to teach here, Entwerp and Static, in my school. You see, knowledge is universal. We are same Homo sapiens. There's not too much difference. If a German goes and lives in India, they need sun protection. And if an Indian comes here, we like to sit in the sun. It's not like our culture. We are not so different. The climates are different, and they have led to some certain expertise and some experiences. Okay, the habits are different, because when we are creatures of habit, we go autopilot and we do something. Here, there are people who are victims of over-standardization, so they can't think for themselves. There is the opposite. So these are minor things. I think these are, for me, very, very minor differences. My type of career would be as difficult or as easy anywhere in the world, because you don't see other people in my area doing that kind of path, or not here also, maybe. But, I'm not trying to position myself as unique, but I'm trying to say that because I think whatever I did, everyone can do. I meaning to say again that I am more common than it's not my uniqueness. Okay. I think you asked about strategy. So I do want to say that I realized that there are two problems in our current times. Either we all agree that what we are building is creating too much problems, social, economic, environmental. Nevertheless, 30 years ago, what I saw, they have not stopped, right? They are doing more of that more rapidly. So my question is, why are we doing it? So the strategy is that based on one of the two answers, either we do it because we don't know how to do better, or is it that we know very well what is good and bad and we are doing it anyway? So there are two strategies for both those. In the beginning, I thought it was because we didn't know. If we don't know, like young people in my position, they should try to know. And what they don't know that somebody knows it. But most important is if you already know and you're still not doing it, you have to ask yourself, look, and that's why I talk about time as a resource, because for me, the main strategy is that our lifetime is so short. You can decide to have a fulfilling life or a shitty life. You can decide to do useless things or important things. And I think what was working in my case is that I didn't want to do things which I knew they are not good for anything. And that's the small decision with which all my other strategies come, like the emperor's new green clothes. We all know, and we are not saying. I'm so happy to hear Anders saying, that so we are creating strategies, but that comes down to the consciousness. So if people knowingly do, We can have hundreds and thousands of conferences I have been attending since years. I'm not seeing the problem reduced, to be honest. I'm not cynical. I'm ready to address. Earlier, I wanted to build the technical knowledge, then I wanted to go. Now I'm thinking about the consciousness of the human being. And I think if the human being is directly fulfilled and happy, he will need less rubbish and distraction. So that's where I am today. I think that's the main strategy. I think when you don't like to do, when you know something is wrong and you don't like the work yourself, don't do it.
Yeah, I mean, you put it really straightforward. And, you know, I think it's something really to bring back is a kind of everyday issue. So it's really inspiring to hear this. I think, Emma, you have seen quite a few questions coming up.
Yes, and I will try to. They are posed directly to some of you, but I will also want to have all of you perhaps talking a little bit about it. And a lot of the question has to do with, one could say, finance. That has to do with the role of finance within your project, and how are you making an economy out of this? Particularly since some of you are working with very temporary projects, and others of you have developed projects that evolve over a very long time, for instance, 4 years before coming up with a solution. So maybe I would want to ask Anupama first. How is it that you manage to work over such long periods of time to come up with particular solutions to certain local specific issues?
I had the blessing that I didn't have the money from day one. Okay. I didn't grow up in a setup where somebody covered my back. Neither I had insurance or nothing. We didn't have this idea of life being in the comfort zone. And every time you step out, you wait first, the finance should come, then my idea will come. Or a client knocks at my door, and then that's when I start putting a switch on. I can't stop thinking, what do I need? In any case, I have a pencil, I have a paper. If I have no work and no client knocks at my door, should I there not do anything? I can read books, or I can write books, or I can draw things. I see with my eyes every day my problems. When I come home, I can't stop drawing. What do I lose? Did I lose something? Okay, I invest what I can. I invest myself. I have done it. And then when clients have come and knocked, I have something deep and prepared. It's not, I didn't do it. See, it's not that I understand that real financial problem, but if I don't have it, what should I do? Not have a life? Should I not think? Who does it help? I just felt like I don't lose anything if I think. Like if I go to the gym, I can't afford, I can do my Pilates at home. Why have to wait for someone? I want my muscles to work, I move it. That's it. And everything comes afterwards. If the money comes before, I would do whatever those people are asking me. But I'm glad I know better, that I don't become a slave to that.
So it's a very personal kind of decisions that you've made to make some kind of a personal situation work for you, and also engage.
It's not a personal, no. It is an architectural approach.
Okay.
Every architect has made this sacrifice, who is a real architect.
Okay.
If you wait for market forces to dictate, you know very well what we will do. I don't think it is a personal thing.
Okay.
It is my knowledge, my 5 years of education, the things they taught me, the idealism that was inculcated. I was never taught that I have to serve the market forces. That's the one thing I was not taught to do. And to put my livelihood and how I pay a shitty apartment, that is not the focus. That you can pay with any job, And I have paid a huge price for sticking to the ideals, but it's not only personal. Today I have that practice got somewhere because I liberated my time from. So, I want to just end it without making too long, that if there are limiting beliefs in the society, a client or a developer, they will want what they want. They are into making money, maybe for money's sake, But if I take those limiting beliefs and make it internal in me, then what have I been the architect or have I been the servant of that? That's my question. That's
okay. So Jan, how would you think about the role of kind of the way you make ends meet, and what are you? How are you operating as a firm, so to speak, in this landscape with the kind of projects that you do?
I mean, I think easy maybe term is kind of multitasking, like doing many things at the same time. Because I mean, many of the I think it's about 30% of the projects that we are doing. Also, more long-term projects are projects that we have been self-initiating and then try to find some kind of solidization, some kind of applications. So there's a lot of work that we do is about budgets, and it's about also managing the office, which is a kind of collective. So we have 9 partners, but then we also have young architects working with us and for us, and craftsmen that would almost only for us. And so this is kind of a network, I think, structure where we are somehow these little knots in that network, but which very often have to do with justifying money, applying for money, accounting. This is actually quite a reality, and since it's kind of very different, I would say, in the regions of where it's still kind of cultural production, and then in the region where you really work for a developer or for a city, where you suddenly have to really follow all the protocols. It's maybe a bit like when you compare off theater group, you can put out in the green and they do something in a tent or whatever, or if you build a tent for a big opera house that I'm doing right now, which suddenly it has to, like, all the kind of comforts and rules that are in the world have to apply to this thing. And it's the same thing, like, which then just by this kind of shift of perspective becomes a kind of struggle. This is, this kind of in between the off and the on is definitely a big part of our work and a big part of our struggle. But it's also, I think, the most interesting part, I think, is if we say, okay, we had the privilege to be in Berlin in a time where there was a lot of space and a lot of ability for experimentation because of the kind of low rents and all the available space. When the wall came down, we used this privilege for some kind of experimentation and to build up this practice. And I think now it's only stays interesting if we can do something with this practice that brings it on another level, like if it has some kind of relevance also in terms. And I think this is the same that Anders is probably struggling with. And what do you do then? Do you try to force people to go your way, or do you do it yourself? I mean, we still do a lot of things ourselves, or we do it with small companies that we work with permanently, and that we have kind of the same kind of language, and we always know we're not going to sue each other, we're not going to go to court even if something goes wrong. So it's this kind of networks of trust. But if you, like, for example, in this project in Sweden now, where we kind of rebuilding this bath in a much bigger scale, and we've been planning this now for more than a year, there we have to tender the projects on the international market, and then there's no tenders coming back because nobody wants to do this kind of experimental stuff. There we face, I think, the same kind of problems as any kind of other architects that have some kind of ambition, not only in terms of the environment and of the materials used, but also in terms of quality, like of making something non-standard, going somewhere, making something where what people would kind of have some kind of feeling about, and not doing this. I think is super difficult. I think that the architectural field in itself is really it's very, very challenging to do what Anupama is saying, to do your own thing and not to fall back into this. Because once you build one house, you're so like streamlined with all the rules and that it's really easy to give up. So I'm not like saying anything bad about anybody who's kind of, because it's a really kind of a regime of protocols that are, some are making really sense and you just have to learn them, I think, like fire and whatever. But a lot of them are also just forced on us by the industries or by some kind of over-regulational stuff that just makes it very, very difficult to go new ways, I think. And this is where I would really be interested with Anders says, because I think he found a way to kind of negotiate these two worlds and really build big things on a different kind of protocol. Very interesting.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because it has to do with how you upscale what you do and in what terms you make an impact. Because all of you are somehow you've started off as a reaction to something, a reaction to certain conditions, and you wanted to alter practice. And what happens when this alteration? Can it be kind of? How does it become a new, more common way of doing it? Because I mean, what you're raising is not altering for the sake of alteration. It is altering because we have great challenges now that we need to rise up to. And here, perhaps, I think with Anders, it's interesting because we've discussed it as a business model, and it becomes sort of negative. But it's interesting in this case that how you can act on different scales here, both in terms of your own businesses and what kind of projects you take on, but also how you inform and change the practice of planning or the practice of architecture and so on. So,
isn't it also showing an alternative to users? I mean, these issues are so relevant. The climate change doesn't. It's not just an issue for architects and designers, it's for everybody. And then suddenly architects can show an alternative. And that's what you're doing, Anders, and what you also shown that's also through how it's received by the user. It also is a fundament for finance, which gives hope as well to see more of this. These questions, I mean, they're deep and we could go on for a long time now, but I just noticed that time has run out. So we keep our questions and we will bring it into our courses. And thank you, Emma, for you keep them. And thank you also to you. And now, Per-Anders, you will say a few words to close the day.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful afternoon, right?
Indeed.
I mean, such an energy. Jan started to talk about urban narratives, and I think this entire afternoon has been a narrative to really support the students. I mean, to inspire the students how to, start to prepare for their professional lives. I mean, Anders talked about just do it mentality in architecture. Wow, right? That's really what we need. And Anupama talked about you have to keep on experimenting, leave the comfort zone, focus on your visions. I mean, wow.
Yes, indeed, indeed. Yeah.
Such a great day, such a great afternoon. Thank you so much for being with us here today and for providing this platform of discussion and knowledge sharing, and it's been fantastic.
Indeed, and we will keep this, and it will live with us now for quite some time. So we can't wait meeting our students to continue the discussions.
So we are reaching the end now of this year's Lund Architecture Symposium, and we'd had a full day of lectures and discussions with you guys and the guests from around the world. This year has focused on the practice of architecture, and I mean we are from academia. I mean from here, in Lund University. And this is an activity that many perhaps think about as something to come, right? I mean, something that is happening after our students have accomplished their degrees. Yet, to me, it's super interesting that this year's topic was actually suggested by our students. The students were concerned about the condition of the built environment that they do inhabit every day. Hence eager to know how we as architects can enhance our presence in the construction and really to improve the quality of life and the world. And I think that's really been in the core of the discussion here in a very successful way. To me, this demonstrates that the students are really concerned about what impact they will have in the construction of future environments. And I believe for us within academia, it's a signal for us that we need to communicate our concerns about the role of architecture, to become an active voice in debates, and to really work with incentives to seek to upgrade and renew these processes that we are working with. So I'd like to close the symposium here for today, thanking all of you, thanking Monica and Emma, and hope to see you guys in real life or in real space as soon as possible, and to visit Anupama's exhibition. Thank you very much.
Thank you.